Welcome everybody. I'm Councillor Judith Smythe, Chair of the Planning Committee. Please be assured that we've put appropriate cleansing and social distancing measures in place to ensure that this meeting is undertaken in a COVID-secure manner. Limited public seating has been made available. However, this meeting has also been webcast to allow the public to attend remotely if they so wish. The public seating area is not in view of the camera used to webcast this meeting. Just on to some housekeeping and safety information. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Don't attempt to use the lifts, and please assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. In order to comply with the Guildhall Trust's fire marshal regulations, anyone who's signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building at the end of today's meeting. Can I draw your attention to the fact that the meeting will be live streamed? Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. Members of the press and the public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Is there anybody here who's done that? No. Okay. Please can everyone use these microphones and remember to switch them off when they're finished, otherwise the camera will remain on you. So you just press the little button, when the red light comes on, you're on, and then when you finish, turn it off. I'd like to make introductions to make sure everybody knows who's here. As I say, I'm Councillor Judith Smythe, Chair of this committee. I'll do the council members first. Chris.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Chris Atwell, represent St Thomas Ward, and I'm Vice Chair of the committee.
Gerald Van Jackson, Councillor for Milton Ward.
Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor for St Jude Ward. Thank you.
Councillor Robert New from Copner Ward.
I'm Councillor Darren Sanders from Baffins Ward.
Councillor John Smith from Eastern and Craneswater Ward.
Linda Symes, Eastern and Craneswater.
Russell Simpson, Hilsey Ward.
Thank you very much. Now to officers of the council.
Good morning all, my name is Juliette Gill, I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor at Portsmouth City Council.
Good morning, my name's Simon Turner, I'm a Development Management Lead.
Karen Martin, Democratic Services.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, members of the public, I'll introduce you when your item comes up, if that's all right with you. Is that okay? Good, thank you. For clarification of proceedings, each agenda item will be presented in the following order. First, the officer's planning application presentation, then any deputations, allowing up to 12 minutes in total in favour and 12 minutes objecting. We do the objectors first. Members' questions and comments, number 3, and then we make the planning decision as the last thing for each item. We have had a number of deputation requests, and we will take those in order when each item comes up. Apologies for absence. I have apologies from Councillor Fielding and for the 2 deputies that would have stood in for him if they were available today. Any other apologies? No? Thank you very much. I have a request to change the order of business. Item 8, which is 2 Capstan House, we would like to be heard first for various reasons, and so I've received a request to change the order of the agenda, and I'm minded to ask the committee to agree to change the order so that we have item 8 first and then move into the order of the agenda. Is everybody happy with that?
Can I ask, Chair, what reasons have been put to the committee? Because it'll inevitably mean that other people will have to wait longer.
Yes, I have been told that I can inform you that Mr. Cornelius, who's here, is 90 and his wife has dementia and he can't leave her very long.
That sounds incredibly sensible.
That was a very sensible decision to make.
Absolutely.
So can you all agree to that? Thank you very much. I'd now like to move to the agenda. and the declaration of members' interests. Are there any personal or financial interests that people need to declare in advance? No? Thank you very much. Now the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 10th of August 2022. I have them here and we'll sign them at the end of the meeting, but first let me go through them page by page in case there's anything you want to amend. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. 4. 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Is it okay if I sign those as the correct record? And are there any matters arising that anybody wants to pick up? No, thank you very much. We'll then proceed to the agenda. And so that the first item is the one previously, which was the eighth item, 2 Capstan House, Tower Street. And there is a supplementary matters and a note that refers to this application. And first one to get to the page that it's on, shout it out. Page 106 of our papers. Thank you.
That's the lower number, where it says page 106, as opposed to the page 90.
Yeah. Mr. Turner, would you like to explain this to us, introduce this to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application at 2 Capstan House, Tower Street in Old Portsmouth, 22/00214/full, in summary to reconstruct the 3rd floor and other alterations. Just to locate members, you can see on the right-hand photograph Broad Street running approximately north to south, so that's the entry into Old Portsmouth, Spice Island. And then on the left there you can make out the round tower onto Portsmouth, onto the Solent there and the hot walls. So Capstan House sits on the west side of Broad Street, and its southern flank is there alongside Tower Alley, which is an alley, as you can see, and then it turns the corner into the narrow Tower Street that runs north-south, all in the conservation area. It's quite a prominent building locally, as you can see, given that it's 4 stories, including the roof, mansard. So the bottom right image is the view looking approximately west across to the Solent beyond. You've got the Wiley Arch, which is that rather fine doorway on the front, and the alleyway between the doorway and the telephone box there. The building is split into 2 premises, a lower dwelling on the ground and 1st floor, and then the application site number 2 is the 2nd and 3rd story, the 2 top stories. You can see for the lower dwelling, they've got a 1st floor terrace and so on there, fronting onto Broad Street, and then you can make out an existing internal stairway through this element going up into the roof. That is for remodelling, that's part of the application. Onto the left-hand photograph, this is the view looking west across to the Solent, so we've got our back to the Solent, and on our right-hand side is the round tower. So we're looking along Tower Street there, running north-south, and Tower alleyway to the right-hand side. So there's the 4-story building. So you can see the ground and 1st floor dwelling with a rear terrace there, and then the upper 2 stories. So the other 2 principal elements of the application are to, I'll show you the plans in a moment of course, but to build out a bay window here, and number 2, projecting out, and then the principal element is to rebuild the top mansard in the same footprint and same height, but you can see how the mansard slopes up on either side, it'll become more vertical on both the two long sides. And the last principal element is actually reinserting a doorway into the Wiley arch there. The top dwelling has nevertheless a small storage area with a side door, and they'd like to insert a door here just for normal reasons. I think that will benefit actually from a proper door rather than the rather blank cover it has at the present. A couple more images, a closer up view of the door there, the doorway and the Wiley arch, and the left-hand side looking up steeply, because Tower Street is narrow, you don't get a view of the application site until you emerge past some of the cottages, and then you look up like that. So the principal element, as I mentioned, was the top story being redesigned, replaced. So that's the existing with the longer side elevations with a slight pitch, as I mentioned. That would be replaced to the same height, but straightening up to vertical the top story, with clearly glazing facing across the Solent. You can see it here on the left-hand side as well. And beneath the new terrace is a bay window which provides a longer platform projecting out, heading west, looking over the Solent. So that's the bay window proposed here, projecting out, as you can see there, which gives, as I said, a slightly bigger terrace above. And then back to the Broad Street elevation. Here I pointed out earlier this element, the stairway going up. They'd like to rearrange that and rise it up slightly, as you can see there, for different internal arrangements for the rebuilt top story. So you can see the change in profile on the northern elevation from that to that, a relatively minor change, but that is one part of the objection from the neighbours below. Internal rearrangements, existing and proposed second floors, so you can make out as a general rearrangement internally, and then the bay window extension here. As you can see, 64 centimetres projecting from the current elevation. And then to the third floor, that is the rebuilt top story. And there is the enlarged terrace that they would build over the bay window. That's the long and short of it in terms of the proposal and the site. Do bear with us today, please. There's SMAT updates on all but one of the applications, I'm afraid. So if I take you to page 4 of the SMAT for Capstan House, there are two changes. I mentioned the stairwell, external stairwell being rebuilt, remodelled there. There was just a slight error, a minor error on the plans. You now have the correct plan in front of you, correctly showing the side view. That's the first entry there, so we'll just need to update the plan numbers should the application be approved. And the second paragraph there, one part of a neighbour's objection was not included in the officer report, I noticed. The neighbour, this is the neighbour below, concerns the terrace at the top and any overhang. They said the proposed terrace projects a shorter distance than the existing one, which could be hazardous if anything falls from it. We felt that anything falling from either the existing or the proposed could fall below, and we didn't see any material difference. It's not to negate the concern of the neighbours, but not seeing a material difference, we didn't think there's any change to the recommendation, the assessment, so no change to the recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one deputation on this. Do we have any objecting deputations? No. So if I could invite you, Mr. Cornelius, to give your deputation, I believe, in support of the application.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is David Frederick Cornelius. I am the applicant's father and father-in-law, and am making this deputation on their behalf as they are on a well-earned holiday. Darrell and Charlotte asked me to offer apologies for their being unable to attend, and they prepared a short statement which I will read. The applicants are grateful to be able to live in such a unique part of the city. 32 years ago, Darrell proposed to Charlotte on the top of the hot walls. Now the children have all flown the nest. They wanted to make this part of Portsmouth their home, returning to where it all started. The planning officer's support for this application is noted with thanks, but I would like to reinforce a few points that I believe are important to the committee's consideration. The proposers have no wish to alter this property in any way that would harm the special character of Point. The essential character of this part of Old Portsmouth is an eclectic mix of our architectural styles, including external materials that together form an interesting and varied townscape. The purpose of the application proposals is to improve the living accommodation, and in so doing to enhance the external appearance of the property. This would be achieved by a modified top floor that includes high-quality external materials and detailed design, taking full advantage of the property's location close to the harbour entrance. There would be no overall increase in the height of the property. The application proposals have been carefully conceived both to ensure that neighbours' amenity is protected and that the heritage assets, conservation area, listed buildings and scheduled ancient monuments are respected. It is noted in the planning officer's support that the conservation officer is content with the proposals. The following statement from the conservation officer is considered particularly pertinent. Quote, "The proposal would not create a fundamentally new building within its context, rather an adaptation of an existing structure that retains sufficient similarity with the original to ensure that the proposal is considered of sufficient merit to secure overall support." Unquote. I do hope the committee will agree with the recommendation of the planning and conservation officers and allow this property to be improved for the benefit of the applicants and the conservation area. Thank you for allowing me to speak to the committee today and for the privilege of being allowed a change in order of the agenda, accorded a change in order of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to move to questions from members of the committee. Gerald.
Simon, can I ask, residents have talked about the loss of light, both to the internal stairwell and to the bottom property. What is the view about the potential loss of light?
Thank you, Councillor. If the images could be put up, please. Thank you. My understanding was it was the rear eastern stairwell extension facing onto Broad Street. I'll just show you the photograph to sort of remind you again. It's that element is existing, so it has it slopes up, and then it's got the two parapet walls on either side, and then at first floor level we've got out of sight here I think a conservatory roof, and we've got rooftop outdoor space. So in plan form, that's what you've just seen, and there's the first floor, or behind there, accommodation and amenities. So it would be increased slightly in height there, but you can make out limited change. It's sloping because it's stairs, it's following the plane of the stairs. It's a limited change there, which was why we didn't feel the effect on the light and amenity below was so unreasonably affected.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Any further questions? Russell.
I think aesthetics is very important, and as you can see from the previous image, it was obviously grey. What's the colour they're proposing for the new one? Or is it grey as well? Because it's not stated anywhere.
From memory, Council, it's a standing seam metal zinc roof. I'll just check on that. Yeah, para 1.9. So it would be a grey roof again. Yeah, a smart grey roof.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, then I'd like us to move to comments and towards recommendation. Councillor New.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a good and sensitive application, and I see no reason why we wouldn't look to support the officer's recommendation of approval. So I'd like to move formally the officer's recommendation.
Would anybody like to second that? Gerald.
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Is there any alternative proposals? In which case we'll move to a vote following the officer's recommendation. Can I have all hands in favour of supporting this application?
Chair, could I just remind that's with the amendment to the condition number for the amended plan?
Thank you very much. Yes, on the SMAT there is an amended condition. Is everybody happy with that? Good. Thank you very much. So subject to the conditions and the amended condition added on to that, can I have your show of hands for all those in favour of passing this application? That's unanimous. That's great. Thank you very much indeed. So we've agreed to approve this permission. You can tell your son and daughter-in-law the good news while they're on holiday.
Chair, I'm assuming you're abstaining then.
It's customary to, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'd now like to move to the next application, which is back to the beginning of the agenda, the 101 Cavant Road, right back at the beginning of your papers. And again, there is a SMAT entry for this application on page 1. This is on page 19 of your papers. Mr. Turner, could you introduce this application to us, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Sanders was raised his hand.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Judith. In the interest of openness and transparency, my mother lives in a care home on the Havant Road, which is near to, but not next to, this site.
Do you believe that gives you any material or personal interest in this?
In my view, absolutely not. However, it is done in the interest of openness and transparency to make sure that people have confidence in the system.
Absolutely. I was merely seeking clarification of that. Thank you very much. Mr. Turner.
Thank you. This is a proposal at 111 Havant Road, up in the north of the city, for the construction of a 5-storey building to provide 55 retirement apartments. It includes the demolition of the existing car showroom and dwelling. It is a resubmission, importantly, of a previous application 21/00684/FUL. Just to locate you first, the site has the red label on it there, which is the car showroom of a collection of buildings there in a rectangle facing south onto the Havant Road, and the residential property to the east, marking the corner with Penarth Avenue, is the other property within the application site. On the left-hand side of the car dealership, you can see an access road running into the site. That will be retained for the use of the proposal, and it also serves the dwellings you can see to the rear. On the left-hand side, we have a retirement complex at Carrot Court, and members will know the land generally starts to rise up to the north, to the rear, up towards the top of Portsdown Hill. Before I move on to the other slides, I just wanted to go back in time, a recent time, to the first application that was mentioned there in the title. This is a second application on the site. As set out in the report, there was a first application also for retirement flats, for 54 units, one less than the current one, that we refused under delegated powers. I think it was last December. And there was an appeal, an inquiry, public local inquiry, in the spring, I think, the early spring from recollection, and we had the decision in July. The inspector disagreed with the planning authority and allowed the appeal. So planning permission was granted for the 54 flats. I have images of that later on to show you for completeness. In the first instance, officers were concerned at the overall scale and appearance and siting of the building, feeling it was difficult in terms of its proximity and size to the frontages. And at the same time, the second reason concerned outdoor amenity stroke landscaping areas at the rear of the site, which we felt were rather mean in terms of outlook and enjoyment for the residents looking to the north. And the third technical reason, if I can put it that way, having decided to refuse the application on the first two, we then also refused it on the lack of mitigation for the Solent protection areas, special protection areas in the Solent. We can come back to those reasons. So we have a new application. The reason for the second application was running concurrently with the first. The applicants were trying to address the concerns that we were communicating to them before they actually led to the refusal. So they decided to make an alternative submission to try and address those matters that officers were raising. So principally they moved the development further back and tidied it up in terms of footprint into one rectangle that you can see there. And they also changed the design from a more traditional design approach that you'll see in a minute with large pitched roofs into a flat roof, slightly more modern appearance block. But that is the site plan for you. So you have the shared access on the left-hand side that takes you round to the back of the site, parking for 26 spaces, and then an entrance into the rear of the building. Although the communal area, as you can see, fronts onto the Havant Road to the south, and there is a garden terrace you can make out there. So residents will be able to spill out from the front of the communal area and enjoy that space onto the Havant Road and facing south. There's a secondary entrance off Penarth Avenue and a buggy store there. It now has a generous setback from the street. I think the dotted line is the line of the allowed application, the allowed appeal. Now, just to be clear, having gained planning permission for the first application, they can go on to develop that, but they have this second concurrent application which naturally they'd like to see through to conclusion. If they were to be granted planning consent, they'd have a choice of which scheme to implement, the 54 units already approved, more traditional design approach, or the 55 presented to you today with a more modern design approach. It would be their choice. If you refused the application, they would have the first one to fall back on. There's the south elevation. It's a big building, up to 5 stories. You'll see in a moment showing why it's 5. It's 5 at the front, but because of the slope of the land, it's cut in, and at the back it's 4 stories because of the rising land. And the top story, you can see, is set back in a mansard roof, and those flats at the top would have their own individual roof terraces there with rather nice views. And plenty of other flats, as you can see, have individual balconies facing south, and there are some more, I think, on the back, and some individual little terraced front gardens for the ground floor flats, front and rear, from recollection. And that again is the communal area that spills out onto the front. That's the north elevation. Looks pretty similar, render, brick, grey materials for the roof, and that's the front door, albeit facing the rear car park. There's the west elevation, so that's from the front on Havant Road going up the side driveway to get into the back, and you can see how they cut in. So they have 5 stories on the front and then the 4 on the back, but you read it as 4 plus a roof and 3 plus a roof. That's the east elevation on Penarth Avenue, the same thing. Ground floor plans, just in a bit more detail. The entrance at the back. Individual flats throughout the development. Ground floor, the rear is cut into the slope, hence no accommodation in there, and this is the communal lounge and the garden area, the terrace that would face south onto Havant Road. And then just taking you through the each floor plan, each floor, yes, you've got individual flats of different sizes and orientations there. There's the third floor plan where I mentioned individual terraces for each flat, front and back. And the flat roof, they've indicated solar panels. Just for comparison, that is the first scheme, 54 units that was allowed at appeal. So we were a bit concerned about the proximity to the street and the scale, and then the amenity area has been rather tucked away and a lack of amenity space for views at the back. So we feel that's been pretty successfully addressed by moving it further back and beefing up some of the amenity space on the new layout that you saw a few moments ago. That was what that particular scheme looked like. That's the allowed scheme, so a more traditional approach, in particular with the pitch roofs of the bricks, of the forward gables there. The east elevation was rather deeper because of the L shape. You can see there a bit more of an L shape on Penarth Avenue, so that produced a deeper plan there. And that's the west elevation, the highway elevation. That was the rear elevation, and there you are. I'll put it back to the current proposed site plan that we can talk to, or anything else you may wish. In terms of updates, the first one, there was just a typo in paragraph 7.6 where we said unacceptable, but actually that should have been acceptable. Apologies. The second one, we missed out the reasons for each condition from the published report. So in the appendix 1 at the back, we've reproduced all of those conditions with a reason as well. These are essentially the same conditions that the inspector attached to the allowed appeal. And then thirdly, we also thought it necessary to have the occupation condition to secure nitrates mitigation in conjunction with the legal agreement. Hence the third, the extra condition on the page there at number 17. That's a run through the application for you, and I think we have some deputations.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this planning application. As set out within the officer report and the presentation today, this is the second application by the applicant in respect of the site, with the first proposal approved in July of this year following a planning inquiry. The appeal inspector found in respect of the initial application that a proposal for retirement living accommodation would offer significant benefits, including addressing the identified local housing need for older people. The inspector awarded significant weight to the fact that the site is partially allocated for residential use and is a sustainable brownfield site close to local services, amenity and public transport. The inspector concluded that the appeal scheme would be of a scale and appearance which would accord with the character of the surrounding area. This second application was submitted in November last year, shortly after the refusal of the initial application. The applicant responded to the initial refusal by reassessing the design and scheme layout, directly addressing officer feedback at that time. This second application proposes a 5-storey building with top floor setback, which overall would sit lower and further back in the site than the already approved appeal scheme. In making these changes, the scale and massing of the proposal are reduced in comparison to the already approved proposal. We are pleased that following a collaborative approach, officers support the design of the second application, which they conclude would integrate with the character of the locality. Additionally, officers' concerns relating to the quality of amenity space for residents have been addressed by setting the proposal further back from Havant Road and including amenity space to the front of the site in conjunction with a well-considered and high-quality landscape strategy. Officers agree that the proposal will not unduly impact upon surrounding residential amenity. The proposal offers significant contributions, including in excess of £525,000 towards community infrastructure, and further contributions will be provided in relation to recreational disturbance, nitrates and nutrient neutrality, therefore mitigating the proposal's impact. The government, with a national policy, identifies the delivery of old persons housing as critical. There is an identified local need for such specialist accommodation in Portsmouth. The draft Portsmouth Local Housing Needs Assessment shows a requirement for over 1,800 units of this type of accommodation over the period 2016 to 2036. This study also highlights an imbalance in housing stock for older people with an ageing local population looking for options to downsize from larger homes where they desire to do so. The National Planning Practice Guidance advises local authorities to take a positive approach to schemes such as this where there is unmet need. Local and national planning policy place significant weight on redeveloping brownfield sites in sustainable locations such as this, and the delivery of 55 residential units will assist the Council in providing a 5-year housing land supply. The typical purchaser of these types of homes is an 80-year-old widow, often moving in following a significant life event such as a fall or death of a partner. It is typically a needs-based move, with their existing property no longer being suitable. The nature of residence, together with the sustainable location, reflects in a lower level of car ownership and use, thereby enabling more sustainable travel choices for residents. The proposed scheme has been designed with sustainable construction and climate change in mind, with the inclusion of photovoltaic tiles, which will provide sustainable and more affordable energy for residents. To conclude, I commend your officer's positive recommendation for this application, which is consistent with the recent appeal decision on this site. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move to ask members of the committee if they've got any questions they'd like to ask. Gerald?
It's probably both to Simon and to the agent. We know in the north of the city we have a significant problem with rainwater moving into the sewers and overflowing into the sewers, which means that the storm drains are opened by southern water. And that means that raw sewage gets into Langston Harbour. Can I ask, this is big roofs and things like that. Is there a scheme by which rainwater that falls on the building and the site will be soaked up into the garden and not put into those sewers? Because that would relieve some pressure. This needs to be an ask of every development that comes forward up on the hill. Whether that's a possibility to do, or it's been designed in, because it would seem to me that would really help in the long term if we gradually get more and more rainwater diverted away from the sewering system and into being soaked up in gardens. And there's a decent sized garden here.
Probably we should look at paragraph 7.33, but Simon, do you have any comments to make on that?
Thank you. Well, yes, indeed, Chair. On page 30, 14 or 30, depending what you're using, at the top of the page, the report addresses drainage and flooding. I don't have a specific answer, Councillor, to your question about permeability on site, but the report does make it clear that the surface water and foul water elements are kept clear, separate until off-site. The Coastal Partnership is happy, Environment Agency, etc. This would have been looked at with the appeal scheme as well. So, all in all, drainage appears to be dealt with local knowledge as well, and we have a drainage condition talking about infiltration of surface water. Condition 8 on page 19 or 35. It reads, no drainage systems for the infiltration of surface water to the ground are permitted other than with a written consent. So they've submitted a certain degree of detail with their application, which we expect them to provide, and then there's that extra condition there.
Do you have a supplementary question? This is extremely important
yes.
for us all, because this is the cause of the overflows into the, largely of the overflows of the sewage system. Do you have is it on the same subject? Or
yes, I think can I ask if we toughen that condition up to say that no surface rainwater shall enter the sewage system and shall be soaked up on site, if that would be acceptable to the applicant?
This may be a building regulations
but if we can put a condition in.
Yeah, so the application was accompanied by a drainage strategy, which includes a SUDS scheme, Sustainable Urban Drainage System scheme, which includes attenuation on site.
So you're doing it already. So if we put in a condition, you're happy because you're doing it anyway.
So it will be in line with the drainage strategy that's been submitted.
Okay. Thank you. But I think, Simon, when we've got these in the north of the city, we really need to tough on this to make sure for the future we're making sure that we're making things better, not worse, in terms of sewage in the Solent.
Thank you. This is a subject after my own heart as well, as you know. Any further questions?
Well, I'd have thought, Chair, it's not only your heart, but also your nose and your mouth as you swim in it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Darren.
Thank you, Judith. Simon, the applicant, am I right in saying that the applicant is saying that this scheme has a smaller footprint than the currently approved scheme at appeal?
Thank you, Councillor. Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember from
the applicant is behind me. I'm tempted to ask it, but
is it in the report? And I've forgotten.
Excellent. I think the answer is yes, but I want to check.
Yeah. So the L part of the building on Penarth Avenue has been removed, and the building has been pushed back and dug down deeper. So the footprint is probably a little bit smaller.
Okay, that's very helpful to know for reasons which become apparent when I make some comments about it. Secondly, the planning inspector's refusal specifically mentions... the planning inspector's approval. I apologize. Thank you, Judith. The planning inspector's approval, overturning our refusal, says a 4-storey scheme would be in keeping with the character of this part of Havant Road, 1.4. Is it your understanding of that the planning inspector is referring to 4 stories or 5?
Yes, that would have been the 4-storey proposed. Let's remind ourselves what it looks like.
I'm asking because you say, and the applicant says, that the total height of this scheme is less than that was approved. So
Yes.
what I want to know is whether the inspector was going, hang on, it's 4 stories plus a pitched roof, therefore it's going to be a bit, that's okay, or whether it's 4 stories, he's okay with that, and 5, particularly because the 5 is facing out onto Havant Road, is a problem.
Yeah, I think because you get a different effect, clearly, with a flat roof. So effectively, let's go to the south elevation. The 5th storey there, 1 extra storey, is accommodated in the roof space, effectively, a flat roof mansard, instead of, effectively, an empty pitched roof void. So, as the report said, I think, there's even a minor decrease in total height to the height of the building. So it's a different effect, clearly, from the pitched roofs to the mansard. But so there's 1 extra storey, but it's accommodated within the same approximate height as the approved scheme.
So, without wishing to be a clairvoyant, your view of the inspector's approval is that 4 stories, in his or her opinion, equates to the total height facing Havant Road, as opposed to it being 4 stories.
Well, the inspector's talking about 4 stories, of whatever height they may be. You could guess, you can make
Right, so the answer to my question is yes, Simon.
Repeat the question so I can be very clear.
That's all right, that's fine. So I'm just trying to find out, when the planning inspector says it's 4 stories, and a 4-storey scheme is okay, is the planning inspector referring to it's 4 stories and 5 will be bad? Or is the planning inspector going, the total height of the original scheme is okay?
Yeah, the inspector was saying the 4 stories in that building with a pitched roof is acceptable.
So it is the total height, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful to know. Thank you for that, Simon. I think it's paragraph 7.27, you talk about an acceptable level of profit as being a key factor. What was that level? Because most people talk about 20%.
Yes.
It's part of the viability, so I'm just checking.
Yeah. The applicants plugged in 20% into their
So it is 20%.
calculations, and our independent advisors naturally normally will make some adjustments to what they think, and they tagged it just slightly lower in the 19-point-something%.
Okay. Has the applicant ever said which of the 2 schemes they prefer?
I don't think so.
Because the applicant has just given us a very good case as to why he prefers this one, but we've also got an approved scheme on offer as well. Maybe the applicant can give us a good clue.
I'm not sure. They will obviously make their choice. If they get a second planning permission, they'll make their choice. Clearly, there's one extra unit in the new scheme. Planning officers, we happen to think it's a better overall design, a better site layout for the reasons I gave, setback, with more space for landscaping, better amenity provision, and one extra unit makes that contribution. I don't know if the applicant has a preference or not.
Madam Chairwoman, is it possible to ask the applicant for clarification?
It wouldn't make any difference, in fact, because we have to look at this application on its own merits. We are kind of told by the planning officers that they prefer this for reasons of the amenity space and several other things. But, I mean, we can, but I don't think it makes any difference at all, actually. I rather discourage the question, because they've already got a planning permission.
I realise that.
And this planning application, if we follow the officer's report, is considered to be better.
But one of the other consequences of having two schemes on offer refers to the nitrates and the sill money that was referred to earlier by the applicant. In the case of the approved application, does that exist?
Yes.
So there is nitrates money and there is sill money available in both applications, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Fine, thank you. My last question, you'll be pleased to know. It revolves around affordable retirement homes. As the applicant says, there is an unmet need in the city for more retirement homes, but particularly retirement homes that Portsmouth people can afford. It's stated basically that that can't happen here, which I disagree with. I'd be delighted to know what conversations have been had with the team behind the Housing Needs Survey to find out whether we can actually provide affordable retirement accommodation, because I know such packages are available.
The proposition is that we can't through this scheme, Councillor, because it has been found to be viable only if there is no affordable housing. So that question would be for any other scheme that could afford viability would be, affordable housing. Where would that affordable housing
It's viable at a 20% level of profit.
That's correct.
Okay. Those are my questions, Judith. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? If not, then I'll move to discussion and comment and move towards the recommendation. Hugh.
I will preface this that I'm concerned by the large number of retirement complexes which we are having in this particular area of Drayton, and I wonder myself whether our PCS 19 on a balanced and mixed community is being pushed to its limits at the present time. That being said, we're between two options. Option one is to ignore the plan before us, turn it down on some grounds, whatever it might be, and then we would have the original design on the road. Or we go with 111 Havant Road as we have it here with this design. I think this design is much better. It is better in terms of A, the design, B, the landscaping, and C, with the balconies, the provisions for residents. The size of the rooms are perfectly adequate, and I think that given the variety of different styles on Drayton Road, on Havant Road in Drayton, this will not stick out in any way. It'll fit in quite well. So I would propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any seconders to that? Councillor Symes, would you like to second that? That's with the new the conditions that are before us in this matter. Any alternative proposals? Councillor Sanders.
I have no alternative proposals. I understand Hugh's concerns about the concentration, but frankly this is going to get built anyway because it's already been approved at a planning inspectorate. So those concerns are the concerns of local residents, which are understandable, have to be satisfied, and we have to go with essentially what will survive a planning inspectorate appeal because it's been there once. And I think because this scheme has a smaller overall footprint, because there have been environmental improvements, including the ones that Gerald has outlined, and because it's going to get built anyway, I would agree that this goes through. I would respectfully suggest that we include as an informative that we look, or we ask the applicant to explore options to provide affordable retirement homes within this property. I'm really concerned that our senior citizens who are facing a cost of living crisis over the next 2 to 3 years are going to be increasingly priced out of sensible retirement accommodation. We're providing it as a city council, but we want others to step up to it as well. We can't do it as a condition because, frankly, we're done because this has been approved already. But I think an informative is always a nice way of giving an applicant a nudge in the direction that we want more homes Portsmouth people can afford. If colleagues disagree, please say so, but that's my view.
You're suggesting that we mention in it, just an informative, we'd like them to explore that. Certainly that's easier done in a sheltered accommodation because there's an ongoing management relationship with all the residents in the block rather than none as in other.
Well, we as a council have looked at various options around affordable retirement accommodation for a whole raft of reasons. So there are different options that are available, but that is one of them. Yes, Judith.
Chair, the viability assessment and appraised land assessment have shown that they cannot provide affordable units, so that we can't be asking them to provide affordable.
I'm not. I'm asking, Judith, I'm asking that they consider it because we're not allowed to make them consider anything.
It's already been considered, so in line with policy, we're saying they don't have to provide
as
it.
we will discover later, I respect that position, Judith, but sorry, Juliet, I do apologise. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My brain is going. I understand that, but the market will change. The market is changing. And we have to make, and it is a useful notice point. Note, I'm not asking for it to be a condition, but just as a general steer. We're not allowed general steers.
No, it's just not something that should be put on this permission.
I think we can assume the applicant has heard our passion about this. Is that sufficient? Gerald.
Thank you. My understanding was as a committee we get to see the affordability proposals and the report on these things. I haven't seen that. I might be the only member who hasn't, but my understanding was that as a committee we would see these proposals just to see if somebody was trying to fast one. Has everybody else seen it and I just missed out, or have we got a problem with the process?
No, we haven't seen it, but it was produced for the previous application and it was accepted by the inspector and others. So I think that's the reason we haven't seen it. Is there any reason why we can't see it?
Simon, as I understand it, there's been a viability appraisal and review of this application too. Is that correct?
Yeah, the applicant's submission on viability was made with the application, and I believe it's on the file. We wouldn't normally, I don't think, want to bring all the complicated facts and figures, or the figures, to the committee. We would do our best in the report to summarise the key points, and of course our independent financial advisors have done all the legwork with our asking the right questions and testing it as well. So it has all been looked at, Councillor, and it should be available online as well.
I'm terribly sorry, but I think in the past we have asked to see these, and I would ask particularly to see what our consultants think, because there is an entire industry out there of people trying to get developers out from having to pay for affordable housing, and we need to see this stuff before we make the decision. We can't on this one, it's too late for that now, but for the future we should be able to see this before we make a decision, so that we can see if somebody is trying to pull a fast one.
Thank you.
And developers occasionally do.
We'll make sure that we get that in future, but I don't think we can do that on this one. Can I then move, unless it's an alternative recommendation, we have a seconder for Councillor Mason's proposal. I think. Counter Times, yes.
Yes, Linda
Second it.
Linda much better than me.
Absolutely. And so we have a motion before you to accept the officer's recommendation together with the conditions that are on the SMAT. And can I ask for a show of hands to agree with that, the officer's recommendation? Any abstentions? One. Any against? Okay. Thank you. We've got we've given planning permission subject to the conditions which are laid down in the SMAT. Thank you very much. Right. Can we now move on to the next item, which is the car park at the development of the car park at Staunton Street, Portsmouth, for student housing. Page 37 and page 1 of the SMAT. Simon, would you like to present the scheme to us, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is an application on a former car park at Staunton Street, just in the north of the city centre, to construct a 4-storey building for student halls of residence with 40 studio bedrooms. Just to locate members, St Luke's Church is, if I can pick it up, I'm sorry, I'm a slight angle. I think that's St Luke's Church there. So that's the road running north from the city centre, from Commercial Road. All Saints, thank you. And Staunton Street here sits behind Wingfield House, which is a more recognisable building on the front there, taller building, and the site sits here, surrounded by residential development, the student accommodation at Wingfield House, 4 or 5-storey buildings to the south here, 2-storey houses, community orchard and play areas to the east. And there's the application site, so it has 2 road frontages, although it would front onto Staunton Street to the west. There you are, there's a better view for you. So that is the application site, a flat, former car park, Kingham House to the south, flats, housing to the north. Church to the rear, listed building. This is looking from the west of the site, looking east, so that is the site there. There's Kingham House and the houses to the north. And then looking from Lower Wingfield, looking south, that is the northern elevation of Kingham House and the houses to the north side. So again, those are the houses to the north. Their back gardens run parallel to the northern boundary of the site. There's a little footpath that runs along between the houses and the application site. And the Kingham House flats here, that's an undercroft. So that's the full footprint of the building, 5 stories there. So the application is kind of H-shaped, essentially with 2 main blocks facing the 2 street elevations, with links down in the middle, and then a lot of space for hard and soft landscaping around. The ground floor has a mixture of gym and laundry and communal areas, and then some individual rooms, studio rooms, and then going up through each store. Oh, sorry, the floor plans are later, but this is the Staunton Street west elevation. So you can see it's up to 4 stories, with different modulations in height, and the same again on Lower Wingfield Street, the eastern elevation. It steps down towards the north, and the houses are over here, so it's down to elements of 2-storey to the north. There's a sort of cross-section through the site, so you can see how it steps down to some degrees here. The application came in as rather larger, and we asked the applicants to reduce it for obvious reasons in terms of impact on the neighbours in particular, and a rather dominant development just at that location, we felt, notwithstanding the much taller Wingfield House. There's a more detailed ground floor, so you can see the common room on the left-hand side, next to the gym, the plant room, the entrance lobby, office, recycling, etc. Laundry in the middle, before going into the more private bedrooms. So it would be a managed 24-hour facility student hall. As you can see, it's only linked at the ground floor there between the two wings on either side. Then they separate out and have similar layouts as you go up, with slightly smaller footprints as you go higher up, depending where you are. So here, for example, they've taken off that chunk at second floor level, etc., up to the top story, which is more limited again. The application site, is close to the houses to the north, and so the applicants have carried out a shadow study to assess the impact on the neighbours. As the report sets out, the main test is at the March equinox. So we've got that one here. I've also got high summer and low winter, if I can call it that way. So in the morning, if I can point out, you can see the application site, and it's really the light that's going to be thrown onto the houses to the north. So if I can see correctly at this angle, you've got the north-south terrace there, and the shadow thrown by the terrace with the sun coming in the mornings from the south east, and they're shadowing their own gardens. That's the existing situation. That wouldn't change with the proposals put in here because the sun hasn't got round to that point yet. Then at midday, the existing situation is these are the back gardens of the two rows of houses. There's the shadow cast by the boundary wall, and which extends a bit into the gardens. That would be extended a little bit more with the proposed development at midday in late March. And then in the afternoons, again, a bit more shadow. The afternoon presently without a building, but of course you would expect a building to be here of some size and position. You've got the shadow from the boundary extending across the boundary garden, and then some more shadow thrown in the afternoon in the spring equinox. So there would be some effect on the neighbours to the north, which they have indeed pointed out. I've also got the summer and winter to show you slightly different effects as well. I'm happy to take you through those in due course. So officers in the round were happy with the redevelopment of the site in the first place, bringing the site into productive use. Student accommodation not far from the university, so students can walk or cycle easily into the city centre and beyond into the university. We felt the building was an appropriate design and scale, with some impacts on the neighbours, as I've just shown you, but within reasonable bounds, we felt. No objections in principle to this form of accommodation, nor to any effects on the local community in terms of integration and settling in. So there is a recommendation to approve the application. If I can just take you through the SMAT. Just reminding members of the elevations there. We want to make sure that translates into, if approved, into a decent quality elevation. You can't tell from that sort of rendering whether or not that would actually turn out well or not. So we have one of our normal conditions which seeks further details, along with samples as well, of course, to make sure in Appendix 2, it's called architectural detailing, so all sorts of details of the reveals, the details of the panels, soffit treatments, lighting, etc., to make sure architecturally this is well done, so it is a positive contribution to the area and not something that we might regret. So that condition is really important, and we've added that on. And then we also managed to omit the legal agreement which your SPG seeks, just to make sure that it can't be used for other uses within the same C1 use class. So we attached that as a matter of course. So we neglected to do that in the report. So we would seek to add that on to the legal agreement, which also deals with nitrates and bird aware mitigation. So along with those two changes, we would propose the scheme positively.
Thank you. We have listed to 2 or 3 deputations. An objection from Kevin Gissing is...
I was going to say, yeah, we are probably. Just got a late email from Councillor Cal Corkery. Kevin Gissing can't be here. However, as I believe the voice of the people is incredibly important, if it's okay, I would like to read it out.
Yes, that will be fine. We'll do that first. Do I have here Matthew Pickup? Is he here? Thank you. And neither Kevin Gissing or Cal Corkery, but there you're going to read it out. We'll do that now then. Thank you very much.
So it says, Dear Sir, Madam, I am writing to you with objection to the building work which has been applied for. I have been in my property for 40 years, and in recent years there has been a lot of buildings being built, which has not been very nice for me and my family. To the west of my property there has been a built 3-storey houses and a vicarage, 3-storey flats and a hostel. Also, Wingfield House has been developed into approximately 112 luxury student apartments. To the north, Larch Court built, beg pardon, at 3 stories, which overlooks my property as well. To the south, King Combe House at 5 stories, which also overlooks my property. And now the proposed building, which is this one, will make a large, horrible impact on my property, overlooked again and blocking daylight, sunlight and views, etc. The owner, however, owns Wingfield House and is now building more student flats, making a total of approximately 170 flats. I can't see any provision for parking other than the 4 visitor spaces, that's a joke. Also, the old Royal Public House has become a pizza restaurant and upstairs an alcohol drinking place for 100 people. Is this the same owner, question mark. My wife and I are very concerned that this development will be a bad impact on our property and lives. We are very near retirement and don't want to have this monster building overlooking our property and the noise, etc. from all the students, also the drug-fueled parties. The building is so high it will be uncomfortable to go into our garden, being overlooked, and will create a light and sunshine problem. I think the developer is being very greedy and unreasonable with his plans. Also, we have a lot of antisocial behaviour from the hostel, which would be a concern when all the students arrive. We have had property damaged over the past few years with the police being involved. We are concerned with the amount of youngsters congregating in this area. Also, car parking will be affected immensely. My wife and myself can see the sense of building on this car park, but surely a 2-storey building would be sensible. That's a lot of apartments for the greedy developer. Also, I have just recently received a latest plan proposal with which I am even more upset by this, as it's now higher and closer to my property. I hope you can help us. Thank you in advance.
Thank you. Can I now ask Matthew Pickup to speak, please?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. As Mr Turner has explained, this application seeks a grant of permission for the construction of a building which would rise in height to a maximum 4 storeys and which would accommodate 40 student study bedrooms. Additionally, at ground floor level, the building would provide students with a common room, gym and laundry together with cycle storage. There would also be a reception area and staff office and an external amenity area. This is a scheme that has been revised significantly over the course of the past year in order to address concerns raised by local residents, the local councillor and by the council's planning officers. The scheme, as originally proposed last year, sought consent for a larger 5-storey building that would have accommodated 59 student study bedrooms. However, having read and listened to concerns relating to the proposed height of the building and its proximity to the site's boundaries, the scheme was amended both with a reduced height and footprint. It can be seen from the submitted details that the frontage element of the building has also been recentered so that it sits more comfortably within the street scene. Windows within the building's north and south elevations in particular have been removed above first floor level in order to reduce any perception of overlooking. By way of background, it will be seen in your officer's report that the number of students attracted to study at Portsmouth University is now at around 28,000, a significant increase from the 22,000 quoted in the Council's 2014 Student Halls SPD. As such, there remains a demand for high-quality student accommodation within the city. The accommodation proposal within the hall residence has been designed in a similar vein to the accommodation provided at Wingfield House. These rooms are very popular with students. They are spacious, high-quality study bedrooms with complementary communal facilities. The site is also attractive to students due to it being close to the city centre and within a 13-minute walk of the main university campus. The site at Staunton Street is now vacant, having previously been used as a car park by HM Revenues and Custom when they occupied Wingfield House. The site represents a gap in an otherwise built-up frontage, and given the context of existing development within the vicinity, is considered to be of a scale that will be appropriate in terms of the building's height and size. Immediately to the south is the 5-storey Kingham House, to the west is the 11-storey Wingfield House, whilst to the east is the public open space. To the north is 2-storey housing on both Staunton Street and Lower Wingfield Street. Having carefully considered residents' comments, the design of the proposed building was revised so that it would step down in height to 3 storeys on its Wingfield Street frontage and will also be separated from the flank wall of 44 Wingfield Street by some 7.5 to 8 metres. The rear segment of the proposed building will step down in height to 2 storeys, where it will be adjacent to 8 Lower Wingfield Street, a separation distance of 5 to 6 metres. Additionally, it will be noted that the revised drawings show no windows above first floor level on both the north and south elevations. The building has also been moved away from Kingham House, leaving gaps of 5 and 7 metres. The applicants are also aware of residents' concern about student noise and behaviour, and it will be noted that they propose to implement a robust student management plan. Staff will be on site during the day with a 24-hour hotline being provided for residents. Any disturbance will be dealt with by both staff and salaried student wardens. It is also proposed to install CCTV together with clear signs advising that the property will be monitored by CCTV. Furthermore, the applicants are aware that residents are concerned that students would bring cars with them to Portsmouth, increasing competition for parking. It will be a condition of the students' tenancy that students are not allowed to bring their own cars. This will be punishable by termination of the letting agreement. In summary, this application seeks to provide new student housing in a very sustainable location close to the city centre and within a short walk of the university campus. The proposed type of student accommodation mimics that provided adjacent at Wingfield House, which has proven to be extremely popular with students. The proposed development would also ensure that appropriate mitigation was provided through financial contributions towards habitat disturbance and nitrate pollution. If the committee resolved to grant permission for this proposal, the applicant intends to commence it on site as soon as is possible and would happily accept the imposition of a condition requiring commencement within 1 year of the decision. This would ensure the nitrate credits were not banked and would also allow the applicants to counter ever-increasing build costs. The accommodation would also be made available would hope to be made available to students potentially for the 2024-25 academic year. In conclusion, it is hoped the residents and members' fears with regards to the impacts of the proposed development have been addressed with the significant revisions that have been made to the proposed scheme over the past year. It is hoped that the student management plan will allay concerns over student noise and antisocial behaviour. The plan will ensure the building's occupiers are controlled in a manner that respects the amenities of local residents. As such, it is respectfully requested that members of the Planning Committee follow your officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We move now to questions to Simon about this application. Gerald.
Two things. Just picking up from what the applicant has said, could we look again at the elevations between the resident's house who was upset, and the windows that are going to potentially look in that direction? It seemed to me, can you go back one, because it looked as if there was something where you showed the floor plan, but with the other houses on it as well, Simon, on the slide deck.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's see if I can
that's
find...
it. Yep. There we are.
Yeah. To clarify, there are no windows on the northern elevations and southern elevations.
Okay, fine.
So levels. I can show you that on.
That's right. So there's so the issue of overlooking doesn't exist.
That's correct.
Great, lovely. My second question, Simon, is we know that there is an oversupply of student accommodation in the city. That there are people coming to the city council and the planning department to ask for permission to convert student halls of residence that they can't rent out into flats for everybody. is there the same space standard in student halls of residence as there is for people with one-bedroom flats and things like that? What I'm trying to work through is, are people applying to have student halls of residence, knowing they're not going to rent them out to students, but then they can make tiny rooms for other people to live in, and we're therefore creating the slums of the future by mistake by giving planning permission for these things to happen?
Thank you, Councillor. There are a few strands there. I wasn't aware of any oversupply, or I don't know the particulars of any particular requests.
So I've had emails from Ian Maguire, who I think is head of planning, to say that we have several applications in for people to be able to vary their conditions on student halls of residence to make them for non-students.
Okay, I'm not aware of the details of those, but in this particular case, I mean, clearly what I was going to say was that there's a period of flux and uncertainty with universities, of course, with the pandemic, and how that has affected and how that might settle down patterns of people going to university and where they live. So that's something that we're still looking at that as it settles down with the university. But in any event, I think when a developer comes forward with a significant investment, they're doing that because they're confident that this particular development, its configuration, its quality, its location, they obviously feel that will be meet its market. Then to answer the other part of your question, or the main part of your question, we do nevertheless ask informally about future potential conversion, not expecting the bottom to fall out of that particular market, but were it to do, could this building be converted into, for example, flats? That's not a requirement, but we feel it's useful, and you've asked the question, Councillor. There are different space standards. We've got the nationally described space standards for dwellings. For the student accommodation, they're not being individual dwelling houses. We've got our own SPG standards that we've set out in the report, and this scheme meets. But as I say, informally, there's no requirement for the applicant to demonstrate how this scheme could be used for other development, which would require a planning application, not least because of the legal agreement we've talked about. But they have informally been happy to show us sort of subdivision of each floor into certain size flats. They've looked at introducing balconies, for example. So if there were to be flats, what sort of amenity you could get to individual balconies. I thought some of the ground floor units, if they were turned into flats, obviously larger than each studio bedroom, could have a little garden terrace, etc. Parking would be another question, but it's edge of city centre. So I think any concerns about future conversion hopefully been addressed by that informally.
Carry on.
Sorry, something completely different kettle of onions. In terms of parking, still here. My understanding is that there isn't car parking provided on site except for the 4 visitor site. I wondered if through you, Madam Chairman, whether the applicant would be happy with a condition that says that they would impose a condition on all residents taking flats here that they would not bring cars into the city, because then we could be able to tell residents there is no extra car parking happening. We've got a condition on these are students and they won't bring cars in, because I think that would really reassure people.
I think I heard the applicant saying that anyway. But,
sorry. In which case, if I missed it, my apologies.
I can confirm that it's a condition of the tenancy agreement.
Brilliant. You're wonderful. Thank you very much.
A question to supplement that. What happens if is there any provision for a student using a wheelchair and perhaps needing somewhere to store that, or somewhere with vehicle access? Could they use one of the visitor parking spaces if somebody, for example, broke their leg and needed to use some sort of vehicle temporarily?
So,
well, I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure the developer, if approved, would want to provide the necessary flexibility. There'll be building regulations for disability access and so on. So I think the answer to your questions would be, I'm sure that would be accommodated or will be accommodated.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hugh.
Two ones. A practical one. What is the separation distance between the northern wall of the western building and the house to the north? Because one wouldn't want to see any sense of enclosure. So what is the distance there? That's my first question. My second one is that on the last application we looked at, the roof was replete with solar panels. Are there going to be solar panels here, or is this going to add to the demand on the public electricity supply?
Simon?
Thank you, Councillor. I was just trying to find the answer to the second question. For the first question, the distance, for everyone else's benefit, I think you're asking from here to here. That is 8.22 metres we have measured. There you are. In terms of the sustainability of the scheme, it is down to the building regulations first and foremost. It could, which are improving all the time, recent changes have upped the regulations again. It happens every 3 or 4 or 5 years. You get a step change up and they become more stringent, more demanding with respect to climate change and so on. They could accommodate solar panels on the roof. I'm sure if that works out for that particular building, the applicant would decide how best to provide to meet the building regulations. Ground source pump, heat pump, solar panels, super insulation, a variety of ways that they may or may not use to get there.
Can you point out where that reassurance is in the report, Simon?
No, that's just me, I think.
In which case, Madam Chairman, could we put an advisory in that we would expect the developer to be cognizant of the need to reduce the demands on the general electricity supply?
What do you think about that, Juliet? Is that...
Well, as Simon said, the building regs cover the actual building itself, so it's likely to sort of be encompassed in there within that itself. I mean, as an advisory, I don't have an issue with it being put on, but
we are, however,
the building regs will cover the.
We are, however, used to seeing planning applications that give us that reassurance nowadays, and this one is conspicuous in the absence of it. What do others feel?
I feel we are a planning committee. We are planning for our city. We're not just planning for individual buildings. And I think we do need to address the problems which are facing our country at the moment, which is the need to have renewable energy supplies, sustainable buildings. And I think that it behoves us, therefore, to put in some form of advisory where it is appropriate.
Would that come in as, if we want to do that, would that come in as an advisory or as a condition?
Sorry, could you just repeat that, Councillor Mason?
Councillor Mason said that we should have something in here as an advisory because we are a planning committee and we're used to seeing these offers in applications, and we think it's the right thing to do for the future of our city. And I was asking whether that would be an advisory note or whether it would be a condition.
Advisory would be, as I said earlier.
Okay.
Advisory is fine.
Thank you. The same rather goes on this application for the need to separate out runoff, storm overflow, and to separate that out from the sewage system. Is that something we can take for granted here?
Chair, I think that's very difficult in this case because there isn't a soakaway, that there isn't a garden for it to soak into. If there is a separate sewer system in that area for rainwater, great, but if not, I'm not sure where it would go.
Ways in which car parking areas can be made permeable, for example, or there are other things that can
But
be
they don't
done.
have any, they've got car parking for 4 places and this is a block of 40 flats. I'd love to do it, I'm just trying to think of being realistic.
There's condition 11 that covers drainage, so I think it's already covered.
And that separates the drainage, does it?
It asks for a full drainage strategy, so we can look closely at that opportunity, committee.
Okay, thank you. Gerald.
But just to go back, I'm really pleased that the applicant's happy to have a no-car policy. I just want to... We have to think about the long term here, and this owner might sell and a new person might then come in. I just wonder if it'd be more sensible to add in a condition of planning permission that reflects what the current owners are saying, that all occupants of this development will agree not to have a car in the city, and to make sure that we've written that in, so that in 20 years' time, when somebody else has bought it, that still happens, because we might end up with a different owner.
It's usually covered in the student management plan, as I understand it, which is under the Section 106 agreement or condition, I think.
So it's enforceable if there's a change of owner, is that right?
I think there's been case law which has established that it's unlawful to apply such a condition, and I don't think it's actually necessary in this instance. The applicant has said, I think most student operators, to answer your question about the land passing on to a different owner or the developed site passing on to a different owner, it's my understanding that just about all student schemes have such a tenancy agreement, so it runs from one operator to another. But it's not lawful to attach such a condition, so and it's not necessary. I'm not sure what the parking permits zone is around here, the conditions are, but I would advise against that, Councillor. Thank you.
Any further questions? Chris.
Chair, I'd like to better understand the impact on Mr. Gissing's property in respect of looking loss of light. I think Simon said he had some information about different times of the year.
Thank you. I think we've had reassurance about overlooking, but we need reassurance about loss of light, don't we?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, well, we've had the separation distance established. If the plans come back up, please. Thank you. I think Mr. Gissing lives next door, but this is the first property. I think he's the one along. But in any event, it's for all neighbours. We need to have a care for. So that is the 8-metre separation distance. We've established there are no windows on the end elevation, so there's no overlooking. So it's a question of outlook from the property in the garden, looking back at the development. I think that's it's not an overly sized development now with the amendments, and you have to look sideways from your garden. Looking out on the garden, you're looking down. That's your outlook. You would perceive a new building on this side of the site, but that's to be expected in a densely developed city centre, edge of city centre location. I think the main concern mentioned today and previously was the shadowing and light. So I've taken you through the March equinox, which is the BRE standard. So the property engaged, well, you know, again, as I say, it's not just Mr. Gissing who lives here. I think it's all of these houses. I've taken you through how there's little change in the morning, a slight change around midday, and some more shadow, admittedly, in the afternoon in the middle of spring or early spring. There would be a period of the day with more shadow than presently, but you are in an urban area where you might expect some change. The winter doesn't look very good. because you have such a low sun and there's an awful lot of shadow most of the time. Midday on the existing, there is some sunlight reaching the back of the property and the garden of these particular houses. That would be reduced in the depths of winter around midday. Not much change in the evening. By that point, the sun's that low and that further around behind taller buildings that this one has no effect. A better picture in the summer. In the morning, still full sun on these gardens, apart from their own shadow. Midday, the same thing. 3 p.m. Again, full sun in the gardens. The development's just starting to creep across the boundary line, but still full sun. And then by the early evening, 6 p.m. Summer evening, it's the property is showing its own shadow over its own garden. So there will be some effect, some negative effect at certain times of the year, at certain times of the day for a limited period. But, you know, one has to expect some form of development on the site next door. We feel that it's within reasonable bounds in terms of its scale and effect on the neighbours.
Thank you. Any further questions? So I'd like now to move to comments and proposals. Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Judith. I have two sets of comments and then separate proposals, if I may. The first is around the letter from Mr. Gissing in particular, which to me was very persuasive in terms of three things. Firstly, whether this development would maintain a mixed and balanced community in the area. There's a significant amount of social housing, not just council housing, but social housing in the area. In addition, there is a fantastic youth hostel nearby, which does great work. Also, there's a church that's less relevant in this context, but there is also housing association homes as well. So my first consideration is whether this will generate a mixed and balanced community, and whether it will improve the amenity of neighbours such as Mr. Gifting. That is my first concern. My second concern actually relates to something Mr. Pickup said and also Gerald said as well. We now have credible media reports, because they're in the news, of two applications to developers of student accommodation in the city centre who are now asking this council whether they could vary their applications because they simply do not have the capacity to keep it as student accommodation and stay viable. I have asked the planning department whether they could sit down with the housing needs team and consider whether that change of development, whatever it looks like, I've not seen the plans, whatever it is, can be used to tackle our homelessness crisis in the city and to help improve, try and get more people off our waiting list. Like Gerald, I don't want slums, but I think if these developers are coming back to us and are saying, we can't cope with this because the market is not there, that's something we as a council should be proactive about trying to tackle, which I have been. And it is something, as Gerald said earlier on, that we have to look at in all applications, because that makes me nervous about the long-term viability of this scheme. And frankly, given the pressures on the planning department, the idea that we've all agreed an application and then we have to come back a year later because the developer who said it was viable suddenly finds it's not viable, does not improve the confidence of the system amongst people in this city who are highly concerned about student accommodation and, to be honest, come to people like me and say we want more homes Portsmouth people can afford. So I have two proposals on that basis. The first is that this application is refused on the grounds that it does not provide a mixed and balanced community under PCS 23, and it has an impact on the residential amenity of nearby neighbours, especially Mr. and Mrs. Gissing. I'm happy to take seconders on that, but I'll pause in case I get any, and also whether it actually has the support of the committee or not.
Sorry, I didn't get the second part written down.
The impact on the residential committee, apologies Juliet, the residential amenity of near neighbours, particularly Mr. and Mrs. Gissing, further to their written objection.
Russell.
I would like to second that, but also just add, really, Unfortunately, you beat me to some of the things I was going to point out. And I think from what Mr. Gissing has said, as well as what Gerald has said about oversupplying, I mean, having talked to the people myself, I'm not saying the people are always right, but 9 times out of 10, they're right, especially if they've been living in an area for 40 years, they would have seen a lot of changes. And speaking to people, and actually, I don't like to reference social media, but if you've seen social media over the last 10 years, the student accommodation is a bit of a we're a bit of a laughing stock, because it always gets referenced, oh, well, that's going to be student accommodation. It's become the ongoing joke. So it's even more of a joke if we've got oversupply. So that's one of the reasons why I'm seconding what's been proposed.
Well, reluctantly, and I completely agree with both what our colleagues are saying, because I think we have a real problem if developers are building student accommodation knowing that there is no market. We've been out and bought 3 empty student halls of residence. I've got a real worry what that will do, but I'm not sure that as a planning committee we're allowed to look at that. I think we have to be blind to the market. And if people build stuff that nobody wants, that's their problem, not ours. So I'd quite like some advice on that, because if that is where we're meant to be, I would have problems saying that we could justify that at appeal. That's a position that Darren and Russell have come up with.
We'll get you an answer with that, but in fact the grounds that Darren proposed was PCS 23 mixed community, and there is a very, very large student accommodation almost adjacent to this site. Simon.
Thank you. I've taken members through the officer opinion about the effect on amenity, so you've seen that. I won't take you through that again. You make your own minds up about that unless you have any more questions in terms of the overshadowing in particular. With respect to mixed and balanced communities, I mean, there is Wingfield House, which is a large student accommodation next door, but I'm not convinced that the insertion of another 40 students into a local community is going to cause such an imbalance that it would be deemed to cause any harm, to cause a lack of balance in the local community. These are ordinary people who happen to go to university, and they would join in to whatever degree in the local community, as well as within their own accommodation. So I'm not sure about that, and that kind of moves us on perhaps into the supply side of things. I agree, Councillor Bernard-Jackson. It's a matter for the market, primarily. I note this application was made summer of 2021, more uncertain times than now in terms of where the student market and universities and how people are studying, where they're living than now. It was more uncertain then than now, I think. That yet they still made that application, that investment. So, as I said earlier, I think this is an indication that this developer feels this form of development at this location of a reduced scale from what they originally proposed could and would work. The 2 schemes referred to, we do have in, thank you. We haven't determined them yet. You can argue that the fact that they've been submitted suggests those particular 2 sites or 2 owners have a problem at the moment. I think they're seeking a 12-month relaxation to allow non-student accommodation, limited period, to see how things turn out and evolve with the student market and university. But it may be private matters concerning those individual sites or companies. I don't know. I don't think the committee knows today what those particular circumstances are. So I wouldn't want to place too much emphasis on those 2 other applications. So I think what we've got in front of us is a development that, in the officer's opinion, is a reasonable addition in terms of appearance, scale, location and effect on local amenity, meeting a demand identified by the applicant. The applicant feels that they can accommodate students at this site. Should that not work out for any reason, it is in our control. It is controlled by the legal agreement and the use class, and they would have to apply to convert it into another use somewhere down the track. So for those reasons, I wouldn't wish to withhold consent on those grounds.
Chair, can I just, in relation to PCS 23, it doesn't refer to mixed and balanced communities. That's PCS 20 in terms of houses of multiple occupation.
Does that change your recommendation
Well,
at all?
I know there's an issue in planning about whether student accommodation is shared accommodation or not. This plan would suggest that it would be. I'm happy to put this to a vote. And if the committee doesn't support my contention, there may be another proposal that might be able to offer some assistance.
Which would be the most appropriate?
Julia to tell me no.
No, PCS 20 is not appropriate because it's
then I will relate to the residential amenity of nearby neighbours, particularly Mr. and Mrs. Gissing, in line with PCS 23. And I would like to thank Juliet for her clarification.
Including the effect on close neighbours, including Mr. and Mrs. Gissing. Do I have a second for that?
Chair.
Thank you very much. We have amended it slightly, so check. Would you all like to raise your hand?
Chair, I'm sorry. Could we be very clear about what we mean by amenity, just to be absolutely crystal clear?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Darren, you're the proposer. I think you have to say.
Several people have wanted to do that, I know. I'm just reading Mr. Gissing's concern. He believes that the building will significantly overlook his property in terms of the height, that it will overlook his garden, it will create a light and sunshine problem, and he's also concerned about the level of car parking in the area. Whether that survives an appeal or not, I have no idea. But I'm prepared to move a refusal on those various grounds.
I mean, we know that it's not going to directly overlook because there's no windows on that side. That's true, is it?
That's correct.
Yes.
If colleagues wish to vote against it, that is their prerogative, and I'm not think less of them.
Yeah, it's clear the application won't overlook because there are no windows, either the house or the garden. The sunshine stuff we've been shown shows there is an increase, but I think it would be very difficult to sustain that at appeal in terms of shading. And the applicant has undertaken that there won't be any the contract with students say that they can't bring cars in. It would seem to me that we're setting, if we go down the route suggested by my colleagues, we are setting ourselves up to fail at appeal, because we are putting in things which aren't salaries that are easy to knock down. So I'm very sorry, I wouldn't support that, just because I don't think it's logical. And we're saying to Mr Gissing we've turned it down, knowing that the inspector will say yes to it, which is just giving people false hope, and I don't think we should do that, where we know that the inspector will disagree with us, because we know already that the grounds given are unsupportable. So in which case I'm very happy to therefore propose officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. With the conditions that are on here. Good. So the first thing we need to do, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is to look at Councillor Sanders' proposal. Is that right?
The second proposal's not been seconded, so is there a seconder?
There's a seconder for it, 2 seconders for it. I was going to get that after doing the other thing, but yes. So we'll go first to a vote in favour of the refusal, quoting PCS 23. We have a proposer and a seconder. Can I ask you to raise hands if you still want to support that refusal? Thank you. Those against that recommendation? Those abstaining?
That motion has fallen, so therefore we need to move on to the second motion, which was for...
Thank you, Judith. Given that decision, I think that the issue of supply does have to be raised somewhere in here, given that we know, because case officers have been assigned to it, that there are developments in the city that are looking to change because they can't deal with the supply, which threatens the viability of the scheme, which is an issue we can consider here. We know that the developer has cut the number of dwellings at the site from 59 to 40 without any change to the viability at all. So we know that. And therefore I would ask that as part of the package, whether it's a condition, I prefer it as a condition, but it might well be an informative, that the developer asks, because with universities, with student accommodation, you could plan 1 or 2 years in advance, which you simply can't do. In conventional residential dwellings, there will be 12 and 24-month planning. So to avoid the rather embarrassing situation that other developers are now having, in that they're coming to us and going, excuse me, we can't cope, I would much rather include as an informative or a condition that there are annual assessments, annual discussions as to whether the sort of 12-month extension that Simon has talked about for the other sites would be amenable here. Because if they can't cope over 12 months, it's very useful to have those discussions now, rather than have as I said, the rather humiliating media reports for the developers of coming back and, excuse me, we can't cope, which has been outlined by Russell, does affect the ability of this city to believe in what is already an incredibly sensitive area. It's an incredibly divisive area. I don't want division. I want to work together so we can cut the housing list, but I understand students. So what I'm suggesting is that we include, either as an informative or a condition, that there is an annual viability check to see whether the development needs to have non-students in there to maintain its viability on an annual basis. There will be people who do fewer words than me on that one.
I thought you were perhaps proposing some sort of viability study to be done now, but you're not. You're proposing something that could happen anyway.
I don't think it would survive now, because clearly the developer is looking at viability over the next 12 months. That's absolutely fine. Universities plan that way. It would be useful to have future checks to make sure that if, say, for instance, the developer finds it's not viable after 12 months, we can have the sort of proactive discussions that go on that don't need the developer to come back and go, excuse me, I can't cope, which I think is embarrassing for everybody. So I'm just suggesting sort of regular viability assessments, perhaps every year, with the developer so that we can check their plans. And again, if that doesn't survive, that doesn't survive.
Chair, my advice is no, we can't be putting anything on like that. We're not here to consider the viability once the development's been built.
I think we have a proposal before us to accept the council officer's recommendation. Unless I hear a lot of people wanting to put on a condition of that nature. Gerald.
Chair, I think Darren has a good point. There's clearly an issue in the city with people building student accommodation which they then can't let out, and trying to look at that. I think we need to do some work on that offline, because I think that might change some of the planning policies. But I'm not sure this is the right way of doing it, but I am sure that Simon has heard loud and clear that there is a significant issue here that we need to take up within the planning department, and I'm certain that Darren will follow this up frequently, and I think that is a better route. But I think it's been a very useful discussion, because I think it changes our view of what is it sensible to allow, and whether we need to bring in an SPD or something else like that that reflects the current market position, which is clearly that there is no market for student accommodation. But I think on this occasion we just need we don't get an option on this one. I think we just have to pass it through. But I think that for the future this is a useful thing for a piece of work for future planning policy.
I believe there were discussions over the development of the local plan, which is in preparation at the moment, about whether or not there should be an easier way of converting such properties into usable ordinary family or single person or couple housing without too much difficulty as well. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's a helpful suggestion. Thank you for the discussion. I would advise, I don't think any developer would need prompting, and they'll be the first to realise if they were to have a problem in meeting or filling their accommodation, they'd be the first people to be applying to us. So I don't think we'd need, and it's not necessary to apply such a conditional informative. So thank you, Councillor Jackson. Yeah, we can take that away and continue to work with the university and others to see how we proceed, would be my suggestion.
Okay, so we have a recommendation to go with the officer's recommendations here, which is to grant a conditional planning permission as described on pages 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 of the report. Can I ask you to raise your hands?
Chair,
if you're...
Sorry again. Thank you for that. Can we, going back to the advisory from Councillor Mason about sustainable measures of construction, solar panels, etc. That was an advisory, I think, and then as per the SMAT. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's an additional advisory about sustainable building techniques, solar panels and so forth, and also about the condition that's in the SMAT on page 1. Can I have a show of hands if you agree to that? Thank you. Anybody against that? Anybody abstaining? Thank you. Thank you very much. Planning permission has been granted, despite our concerns and worries about the long term of this sort of accommodation. Thank you very much indeed. I'm proposing to do 24 Beach Road and then for us to take a comfort break. Is that all right for people, or do you want to have a comfort break now? Okay. So we'll move on with item 3, page 53. Simon, would you like to introduce this to us?
Pardon me, Madam Chairwoman, but you're down as an objector on this, Judith. Now, this is a minor technical detail.
No.
I'm happy if you stay and don't object, but you have called this in, so I'd just be grateful for some advice.
Let me explain exactly the situation here. I became very, very concerned about 4 years about the number of houses in multiple occupation in Beach Road. As I know other local councillors are, there are some that are still in very poor condition down there. And I, indeed, my first comment when I looked at these papers was to tell planning officers that I have no objection, particularly to this specific application necessarily, looking at it on its own merits. And it was explained to me that this request from 4 years ago was still on file. Simon, would you like to explain that? This is not a specific call-in of any sort, but I stand to be advised if I have to. And it was about HMOs, not about conversions to flats.
Well, you've explained your position, Chair.
Yeah. Is that okay then for me to go on sitting on this application? I have no intention of making any sort of representation either way about this application. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I was also confused. But my concern about the number of HMOs on this street does nevertheless remain at the heart of some of my casework and feelings about this street. I see Councillor Mason is nodding. So can we move on with this application, 24 Beach Road, conversion from guest house to form 3 one-bedroom self-contained flats. Simon.
Are the plans coming up, please, Karen? Yeah. Thank you. 24 Beach Road in Southsea, near the seafront. It's an application to change the guest house to 3 flats, including construction of a replacement rear dormer. Just to locate you, Beach Road, there's a clue in the title. It's just a couple of streets back from the seafront in central Southsea down there, running parallel to the street, to the shoreline, I should say. A street of mixed houses, as you can see from the aerial photograph. More specifically, it's the one with the arrow over the top, so unlike its near neighbours, it's got a 3rd floor built in originally, and you can see on either side quite a few dormer extensions on the front there, and there are also some to the rear of some of the properties as well on that side of the road. Looking at the back, you can see the rear outrigger, the 1st floor, and an existing rear roof dormer, which would be proposed to be extended in order to get the 3rd flat in. So, if approved, one would come in through the front door, go into the ground floor flat with its living kitchen room at the front, looking over the street, bedroom at the back, and new French doors to go into the back garden. So the ground floor flat would have the back garden as its own amenity space. Upstairs to the 1st floor, there's a little refuge area here, being in the flood zone. It's mentioned in the report that's the Environment Agency needed, so that the ground floor occupiers, if needed, if not going outside, could go up to the 1st floor to escape any flood. Otherwise, 1st floor accommodation there, and then up further to the stairs to the top floor, another flat. This is the rear roof extension in order to get them a reasonable size living area. So the existing rear dormer there would be widened out to one across the width of the property. Being at the back and with some others like that in the area, we didn't have a particular concern, notwithstanding it's in the conservation area, for the rear roof extension. So really 3 flats, we felt they were of reasonable size and configuration. 3 more units coming on to the housing market, helping us with our housing land supply. They proposed 2 parking spaces on the forecourt. For 2 of the flats, we're clear that you can't fit 2 cars and have space for a bike store and refuse storage. So we were quite clear you could only fit 1 car on the front. The balance between a 5-roomed guest house and 3 flats we felt was reasonably similar, but being in a very sustainable location here with all sorts of services and shops and leisure on your doorstep, we didn't think it was reasonable to withhold planning consent with just 1 parking space provided, along with bike stores and location. It's a good place to live with. People can survive without a car, should they wish. So broadly speaking, we felt able to support the application. A couple of matters for SMAT, the Supplementary Matters Report. So back to the issue of parking, we reconsulted the Highways Authority. They noted that one bay less rather than two means more impact on residential amenity. That is what they mean. But what they mean by that is people searching around for a parking space in the streets, causing harm to residential amenity. That's outside their remit. Excuse me, but it is a planning matter. But we don't think that's a material planning effect from that one limited issue. So we wouldn't wish to withhold planning consent on those grounds. Back to drainage, we did feel we're in the flood zone 3, we ought to make sure there's some proper drainage of the front parking area. So condition 5 already requires a functional parking space be provided. Into there we've inserted to include details of drainage as well, just to make sure that is properly mitigated and minimised in terms of surface water runoff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have Katie Mayers here. Is she here or not? You're not Katie Mayers. Do we have any written objections at all, Simon? No. So we'll move straight on with questions about this application. Hugh.
Looking at the proposed second floor, the front room on the second floor is going into an existing roof space, or what appears to be a roof space. How much of that front room is usable in terms of habitation? Because at the sides it looks as if it's only a couple of feet high.
Thank you. I don't recall any figures on that. Would have relied on the case officer to have checked the sloping ceiling, as you've mentioned, against the floor standards. The national standards do ask us to take into account reduced height and not to include the floor space below the certain ceiling height. So I'm sure the case officer has done that. You're obviously talking about the area in the front here, aren't you, Councillor? I believe, yeah.
Yes.
Looking at, it seems like, quite the eaves there are not full height, but they're, I would say, about eye height there on either side. So I think the restricted ceiling height is probably already exceeded from the corner, and it rapidly slopes up. So I think that the accommodation would work. You've got the kitchen units into that slightly lower space, so you'd be stepped away behind the units, by which point I think the ceiling will be coming up well past head height, and then the bed as well. As long as you're lying in your bed, not jumping up and down, you should be okay as well, if that's how they choose to lay it out. Does that answer your question, I hope?
I'm a little concerned about these, but let it pass. Let it pass.
Darren.
Two brief questions. Three brief questions. Firstly, Simon, are the number of bedrooms under this proposal less than exist now?
Yes, I understand it was a 5-bedroom guest house, and we have 3 one-bedroomed flats proposed.
Okay, that's helpful. Secondly, Judith mentioned her understandable concern around HMOs in the area. Does this qualify as a HMO application? No. Okay, that's fine. Thirdly, is the number of car parking spaces for this application the same, more or less than they're entitled to now? The guest house, sorry, is entitled to now.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got the parking standards here. A guest house is not jumping out at me. It may be that I haven't got the full document in front of me here.
That's right. My reading of the report is the answer to my question is yes, because they would be entitled to 5 spaces or 5 permits, I think it is, 5 spaces in the area where this proposed development will be entitled to 3. That will be 1 per flat. I was just wanting confirmation of that because that was in the report, Simon, that's all.
In point of fact, they may well only use 2 because there is an off-street car parking space.
Well, I think actually each flat is able to apply and people are able to apply for 2, so that this is 6, not 3. Car parking spaces. Can I go back to the point that Hugh brought up? When we look at usable space, that's above a certain height. I hadn't spotted, but Hugh did, that this front elevation means that the part of the 37 square metres of usable space on the top flat isn't defined as usable because it's below where it would normally be. So can I ask, so at the back it's clearly that the elevation's got straight walls all the way around and that's not a problem, but at the front I think there is. Simon, what is the space standard for a 1-bed flat? How close is it to the 37 square metres we've got here?
Off the top of my head, that is the requirement, 37.
So it would seem to me that this therefore fails the space standard because that, I'm terribly sorry, if you've got a kitchen cabinet which is, and a cooker which they've got there and a sink which is, 3 foot tall or whatever it is, and the roof is coming right down over it, then that's not usable space, and therefore that by definition must fall below our space standard, at which point we get no option but to say no to this because it fails. I think he's done a really sensible job at working this up, and it's a sensible use of the space. Just that it looks as if that top flat is just a bit too small.
Thank you, Councillor.
I think it would be useful to get clarification
Yes.
on that. My own kitchen has a sloping roof, and because the kitchen units are in there and you're not going to be standing where the kitchen units are, it does work quite well, but there must be some rule about this, which we should investigate now.
I couldn't measure it now. I can only repeat what I said earlier on. By eye, being a Victorian property, the ceilings are probably not a bad size at height. I think it's reasonable to assume the ceiling height will be around about where you have that cornice level. And so by eye, I think the eaves are not far off sort of eye sort of height. And the nationally described space standards start at something like 1.5 metres or so. So I have a feeling, I'm sorry I can't confirm this until I've actually got a measurement on the inside, which I'm not sure we'll have, and check the space standards, but I'm pretty sure that right from the eaves there, if not very close to it, it meets the standard. So, Councillor, you were kind enough to say that you think it's a sensible layout, I think, if I understood it. So where the height is most restricted, they've sensibly put in the kitchen units where you don't need such full height, and indeed a bed is a sensible suggestion there against that wall. So you're right, it's right on the standard and snug in terms of the standard, but I think it's probably just about acceptable.
I've got a question. Do we need to know that height in order to make a decision? I think we possibly do.
Chair, could I suggest we defer this to the end of the agenda because we can then ask somebody to go and quickly look and find this out so that we can make a sensible, informed decision.
John?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Chair. honestly can't think. I mean, the standing out of work surface is going to be about 4'6" or something like that, and the worry is that cooker is going to be. I know you can have a modern one, which electric one or something, but you're going to have heat going up onto a sloping roof, which is very close to that, which doesn't seem logical, does it, to me? I mean, you can put the sink round to the side, maybe access the water into it from the side, but the cooker would be a bit of a worry from a heat point of view.
So
As I understand it, anything that's less than 1.5 metres in height is not counted. Does that assist you, Simon?
I think without further ado, if we do postpone this at least to the end of this meeting, maybe it has to be longer, then we won't fall into the trap of approving something that's not up to our standards. So we'll defer the rest of this item till the end and possibly for longer. So I was going to have a comfort break. Shall we do a 15-minute comfort break and then come back and do the other half of the agenda? So could you come back here at 5:02 at the very latest, please? We'll restart at 5:01. Thank you very much. yes and no. I was always brought up to say it was disrespectful to drink tea and eat in front of in a public meeting, but maybe I'm old-fashioned.
I'm extremely old-fashioned.
The paragraph you were talking about is talking about outside amenity space. In other words, lack of balcony in effect. Yeah.
The meeting is now live.
The meeting is now live, so we'll start again. And we're starting with 2 Chalkridge Road, page 65, the 4th item of the agenda. We'll come back to 24 Beach Road at the end of the meeting. Would you like to introduce this application, please, Simon? To Chalkridge Road with a SMAT on page 3 and the application fully described on page 65.
Thank you. This is an application to Chalkridge Road in the north of the city for the change of use from a Class 3 dwelling house to the flexible use either Class C3 or Class C4 HMO. Just to locate people, this is just off the road running up to Portsmouth Hill from Cosham. Having passed the hospital on the left-west, proceed up the hill. And just turn off into this area at the top end of Drayton Cosham area. That's the application property on the right hand side on a pair of semis. 2 driveways, or sorry, two garages. The properties has the white garage door, and then next door has another garage with one unusual oversailing access presumably that car was just there for a short while, otherwise you're going to block the other person's access. There is side access down to the side in order to gain access to the back garden and any bike store should the application be approved. This is the HMO count in the area. Not surprisingly, an absence of HMOs in the area. Let me just check on that. Yeah, none at the moment, that's right. And so if this were approved for the flexible use and used as an HMO, it would be up to 4.16%, which is below the 10% policy threshold. Then with respect to the internal arrangements, the ground floor is effectively lower ground floor when viewed from the street because of the drop in levels we saw earlier. And there are bedrooms, utility and WC and kitchen dining area at the back. And then the upper story, which is more level with the street, the existing garage will be converted into a bedroom and 4 other bedrooms up there with their en-suites. The applicant has made clear this is for 5 persons. As you know, the use class C4 allows up to 6, but in this instance, because of the size of the communal kitchen living room, it wouldn't be big enough to meet the standards for 6 people, so they have clearly applied for 5, and it therefore meets the standards. That could be addressed in terms of licensing. That's all they would allow as well, as they use the same standards. So subject to the 5 as proposed, the standard of accommodation is entirely suitable. It meets the standards or exceeds the standards positively for the bedrooms and for the communal living room, and there's also a further utility room. So, notwithstanding some local concerns and objections, the application is recommended for approval. Just 2 points in the Supplementary Matters Report, the SMAT report. We've had a funny glitch through the agenda with conditions coming out as funny numbers. They came out as 9, 10, 11. These should be corrected to 1, 2, 3. And then at the time of report publication, we hadn't heard back from private sector housing, so we chased up their reply. They have no objection and have given us standard comments on the need for licensing based on what they can see, and comments on the suitability or the need for sufficient sizes for en-suites, hand wash basins, etc. So no change to the recommendation from that point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have Michael Robinson here? No, he was down to give a deputation to object to the application. Alan Clean. Klein. Thank you very much, and my apologies. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for affording me the time to speak this morning. So my property complies with all the relevant planning policies and complies with the houses in multiple occupation, supplementary planning document of 2019. The application is for dual use, residential and HMO. It's a 5-bedroom property to enable the property to be flexibly used for both purposes as and when the demand requires. The property provides 20, almost 30 square meters of communal space at ground floor, level for eating and dining, which is well above the 24 square meters required for 5 persons, and an additional separate utility area for laundry. This minimizes any sound disturbance to the main communal area. The bedrooms are all significantly in excess of the 6.5 square meters as required, and they all provide an ensuite. The communal area will be well equipped, furnished and designed to a high standard to encourage a social shared living environment for the residents. The property also has a lovely garden which has already been tastefully landscaped and will contribute to the social communal areas. It is important to remember the 10% HMO density has been put in place by Portsmouth City Council to ensure mixed and balanced communities. There are no other HMO properties within the 50-metre radius. If this application were to be approved today, it would result in the HMO density figure of 4.16%. There's a clear need for shared housing for young professionals within the area who cannot afford to get onto the property ladder, for which this property would be suitable and a viable option. I've already invested and will be investing a great deal more money into the renovation and maintenance of this property, and will provide a high standard of accommodation. The property will be managed professionally, and any disturbances will not be tolerated. Any and all complaints will be dealt with quickly and efficiently. It is in my best interest that this property has respectful tenants. The application was submitted to Portsmouth City Council on the 23rd of April 2021, which I believe is a fairly long time, and I think is due for completion now, one way or the other. With the utmost respect to everybody, I urge you to agree with the professionally qualified planning officer who has considered the application and recommended it for approval for today. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you very much. We don't have any deputations to read out on this one, I don't think, do we? No. Thank you very much. So, to questions from members. Darren.
Thanks, Judith. Simon, on the SMAT, we've now got the private sector housing, as you said, coming back. One of the things they've said is wash hand basins must be installed in all en-suites in the shower room, which seems sensible to me. I assume that can be done. Is that a licensing thing? Do the licensing team have to go around and do it, or is that something we can do as part of the planning arrangements?
They're shown on the plans, and I do believe that licensing, when they're checking compliance with the licence, do check such things down to every last detail.
The second bit I know, the first bit I'm just interested to find out. So thank you for that, Simon.
Thank you. Any further questions? Russell.
I want to state the obvious, but I just want to confirm. There is off-road parking, isn't there? I'm just looking at the map now on my Google phone because I always like to see a bit more detail. Is there off-road parking? Because from the map that I can see there is, but I just want to double check.
I think not, because of the drop in levels you can see there. So that's hence the oversale. So well, if the application is approved and that white garage door is turned into a window and the accommodation behind becomes a bedroom, whether or not the neighbour will therefore think they might park their car or not, I don't know. But there's plenty of on-street parking is really my reply to you, Councillor. I took this image. You can see lots of bays dotted around.
It's very unusual to actually get lots of parking in an HMO.
Yeah, so most of the houses do.
A little bit.
Most of the houses do have off-road parking, as you can see, and forecourts, and there's on-street parking. So there seems to be plenty of capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? John.
Simon, you make a good point there, just about the parking and that sail over to the garage now. Will people park on that, or will they be allowed to park on that or not?
That'll be a private matter between, clearly the two properties would have a joint use of that to get to their respective current garages. How they arrange that thereafter is up to the two of them. I think the case officer found out that there's some sort of covenant on the two properties that says, it should be kept clear for obvious reasons so that both neighbours could get in and out of their existing garages. But that's a private matter. They'd have to work that out themselves.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'll move on to comments and recommendations. Gerald?
Thank you. It fulfills the space standards. It's not above the 10% limit. Therefore, we have no justifiable reason to say no. Therefore, I'm and propose the officer's recommendation.
Darren?
Firstly, a general declaration of interest, which is that I live in a HMO. No, it's not a material or personal application, but again, the interests of transparency, it's highly useful. And secondly, I'm happy to second Gerald's proposal.
Okay. Do we have any other proposals to consider? If not, then I suggest we would like you to raise your hands in support of that recommendation. Any abstentions? So planning permission subject to the conditions has been granted. Thank you very much. We can now move on to the next item, which is 58 Gladys Avenue, page 74, with the SMAT additions on page 3. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. 58 Gladys Avenue, change of use from the same as the last application, in broad terms from a C3 dwelling house to a flexible either C3 or Class C4 HMO. We're in the north of the city, northwest of the city, not far from the leisure centre up there and Langston Harbour. Excuse me, residential area. That's the property there, with a small forecourt and a good size house presently. There's the HMO count. Currently 2 HMOs out of 59 in the 50-metre radius, which is 3.39%. If this were approved, it would take it up to 5.08% below the 10% threshold, so not deemed to be an imbalance to the local community. The property is pretty good size.
Simon, I'm sorry, that's the wording on that is so small, and that I'm sorry I can't read either it on the screen or on the paper.
No, that's fine. I'll take you through it then. It's small for me too, so I'll get out my paper version.
Thank you.
So we have a ground floor bedroom and ensuite, both meeting, the ensuite meets the standard and the bedroom exceeds it at 18.53 square metres. It's a big room. It's a pretty good sized house, as you can see. There's a good Victorian, Edwardian double bays at the front that assist greatly, and it's a good sized house. That's bedroom 1 there, bedroom 6 I should say. A lounge behind it. WC under the stairs. And then into the back, a kitchen, dining room, and a utility room which would replace the existing conservatory under permitted development rights, and then a bike shed in the back garden. Excuse me. Those standards also are met. The combined lounge is 25.68 square metres, which is beyond the 22.5 based on all the bedrooms which are above 10 square metres. I mean, all the bedrooms, there are 18, 18, 19, 14, 14, 18, so they're all a good size. Hence, the combined living space can be less than the normal expected 34 square metres. So it meets the standard alone with the combined living, and then it's got that lounge as well on top of that, and the utility room. And then each of the bedrooms upstairs meets the standards, as do their en-suites, contrary to the report. I'll come to that in a moment. We say the en-suites aren't quite met. In certain instances they are actually. That was an error. So again, as bedroom 3 at the first floor at the front with its en-suite. Bedroom 4 behind it. Tanked utility room, a small room there. And then the back bedroom, bedroom 3 with en-suite. and upstairs 2 more en suites and their associated bedrooms. So meeting all those standards as well. Those are the key 2 metrics recommended for approval. There were 3 SMAT matters. The report said there were 7 objections in one place in the first paragraph, but 11 objections in paragraph 4.8. I've recounted them, and there were 8 addresses who were written in. I think sometimes we get one doubled up from the same address and maybe 2 letters or a repeat letter, and that can cause some confusion. 8 addresses have written in to object. The second SMAT point there, the shower rooms, we said some of them fell slightly short. The agent has pointed out that's incorrect. I think that was just an error on the case officer's part. All the rooms meet or exceed the standards, including the en-suites. And lastly, we did mention fairly early in the report that this 2.3, this is an application that is under appeal for non-determination. So we cannot actually recommend it for approval. As per the recommendation, we should have set out that the position of the local authority, if you choose to be positive with the application today and recommend approval. So we would recommend to the inspectorate that the position of the local planning authority is that if the appeal for non-determination had not been submitted, the planning authority would have granted planning permission with the conditions set out in the published report. So were you to reach that position today, we would communicate that to the planning inspectorate, and they would either go on to determine the appeal, or potentially the applicant could withdraw the appeal and see the decision through with us. We'd have to wait and see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just realised that we haven't asked the deputies to speak in this matter, I don't think. Is that right? We do have, I think, Simon Hill here. I'm very sorry, Simon. And Daniel Weems was going to come, and I don't see him here. Has he written in at all? Simon, forgive me, if you could come in now. I'm really sorry that I have moved away from the recommended order here.
All right. Thank you very much.
Nobody else had to remind me. So, Simon Hill, if you'd like to... Have you finished your... Simon Hill, if you'd like to come in on behalf of the applicant now, that would be very helpful.
Brilliant. Firstly, I must apologise, as I know many of you will have heard a few of my deputations over the last couple of months. I'll keep it as brief as I can whilst covering all of the points. Firstly, I'd like to thank the planning officers for their recommendation for approval should we not go to appeal. You will have already heard that we have put in an appeal for this application because it hasn't been determined within the allotted time frame. We appreciate the pressures that the planning department are currently under, and as such, if we were to obtain approval today, we would apply to the inspectorate to remove the appeal and to stand by any recommendation for approval. I must explain that this application is made by myself and my business partners. We actually own this property. We're looking to provide high quality accommodation for young people. My business is a small local business which is family owned and operated. We've invested heavily into our business from personal savings, particularly during the recent pandemic when we were personally liable for the costs associated with running the business. This has affected my family directly, and as such this is a very emotive subject for me. Secondly, I must mention that we did attempt to consult immediate neighbours during the application process. After my deputation last month, I also extended an offer to all councillors present. Appreciate you're all super busy and that summer's a terrible time for people to go and do that sort of thing, but I'd like to extend that invitation again, so if any of you would like to come and see any of our completed or in progress developments, you're more than welcome to. We've also extended our invitation on many occasions to neighbours to come and see existing properties, to meet existing neighbours of operational HMOs that we are currently running, as well as consulting tenants. We've never actually been taken up on our offer. As such, regularly I believe that many of those objecting to these cases are slightly ill-informed with the reality of our operation. I've lived in Portsmouth for a very long time and I've been involved in HMOs since I bought my first house, basically. I've owned a letting agency for 7 years, and we predominantly specialised in HMOs, and we enjoyed a fantastic reputation for their management. I'm currently a member of the Association of Residential Letting Agents, and I also advise other letting agents in the city on how to maintain HMO management standards. All of our staff members are currently studying or are already qualified. We also offer mentoring to students on how to conduct HMO conversions properly. We employ over 50 local subcontractors for our conversion of such properties, and as such, the conversion of this property directly benefits others within the city. We recently had a licensing officer who came to one of our properties. He said that in the 16 years he's been working for the council, this was one of the highest standard properties he's ever been in and one of the most compliant. In fact, in the last couple of weeks, we've had a new officer, because that one had retired, who attended, and she was only in the property for 14 minutes out of the hour appointment because she was so happy with what we were providing. In terms of the locality of this property, you'll see, as mentioned by the officer already, we're well below the 10% maximum, and you'll actually notice that all of our rooms are over 150% of the size required for bedroom space. This is a huge property which is perfect for conversion to HMO, and actually the living room space, including the lounge and the utility space, as well as the utility space on the first floor, is well over 200% of the required space. To give you some idea, the communal space is well over the size of a one-bedroom flat that was determined earlier. I noticed that at the last but one planning application meeting of this committee, much of the concern was around parking. So in the last few weeks, we've done several parking surveys in Gladys Avenue. We've found there to be spaces available within a permissible distance at all visits. We've also conducted a survey of all of our new tenants when they moved in, and over the last 3 months, we've had 20 tenants move in, only one of whom has confirmed to us that they've had a vehicle. Again, I hope this shows a low quantity of tenants who have cars. According to the statistics available to us, only 7% of HMO tenants in the city do have cars. The works we're carrying out are all carried out under permitted development, which is to say that the works themselves don't actually require planning permission. The only thing that requires planning is for the building to be occupied by more than 2 unrelated persons. Portsmouth as a city, according to the last credible data set available to us, has 62% people that are of working age and an average age of the population of between 30 and 35. It's one of the most densely populated cities in Europe and has a year-on-year increase in population for the last 18 years. Our HMOs are inspected every single week, and the communal areas are cleaned weekly as well. We have digital contact with the tenants 24 hours a day, and we use a maintenance system to report any maintenance issues. Our last completed development, we had 4 new tenants moving in actually this week. All of the rooms were let above market rent, which I would put down to the standards of the accommodation, the popularity of the development, and the sheer need for accommodation of this type. I say that only to highlight the standard of our rooms. The location for this property, being close to London Road in North End, is absolutely ideal for young professionals. We're also obviously super close to Queen Alexandra Hospital in a commutable distance. We're carrying out full refurbishment of the property, including many energy efficiencies. I'd compare our rooms to single apartments. Financially, there are significant benefits to HMO tenants of taking our rooms over those apartments. We're in talks at the moment with a local business regarding the installation of solar panels as well. We've never had any antisocial behaviour in any of our properties. We have aspirational employed young persons as current tenants in all of them, and all of them are in full-time permanent employment. I've also seen there's some discussion about drainage. We upgrade all of the drainage within the property and to the boundary of the property to make sure that we not only cope with the waste, but we're able to deal with any increase in waste long term. We have a zero tolerance policy on drug taking and alcohol related issues. We've never had any whatsoever. I'd like to thank you very much for listening to my deputation. I hope you look favourably upon it, and hopefully we can be in a situation where we can withdraw our appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and once again my apologies for not doing this in the right order. Members, do you have any questions for Simon? Chris?
I think just to help me better understand the ensuite size thing. So it's, on 3 occasions we thought it was one figure, but it's actually, they're all actually bigger than that.
Yes, I do apologise again. Just clearly an error in the report. They do all comply exactly with the standards, the en-suites. They do comply.
Thank you. Darren.
Thanks, Judith, and thank you for that, Simon. I've managed to hear three slightly different things on this, so I'd be grateful for some clarification. In the report it's under, you said at the start of your presentation in certain instances the en-suites were big enough, and now you're saying all of them are. How big are they? Because that's what we haven't got. We haven't got the figure.
Of course. I'll take you through each one.
Just the ones that were 2.74 square metres in the original report will be highly useful, because some did exceed the standards.
Okay. So on page 78, at the top, you've got bedroom 3. Bedroom ensuite B3 is said to be 2.68. Actually, it's 2.76, which just exceeds the standard of 2.74. Ensuite B4 is stated to be 2.64. Actually, it's 2.76. Again, just exceeding. And the last ensuite below bedroom 6 is stated to be 2.71. It is actually 2.75.
Right. Okay. Some very accurate drawing there, I would say. The other question I've got is that in 2.5, paragraph 2.5 of the report, there's a single-storey rear extension that got refused. And looking at some of the drawings, I'm struggling to see how the development can occur without there being that sort of extension. Has that extension just never happened? I'm not talking about the permitted development stuff you talked earlier about, but just has that extension never happened?
That's right. Yeah, that's gone away. It hasn't been appealed to my knowledge, and the proposal is to replace on the same footprint the conservatory. So apart from the conservatory allowing some light to pass through a small structure, that would be replaced with a solid brick-built tiled roof structure, but on the same footprint, unlike the refused.
Okay, so the answer to my question is no, which is very helpful. Finally, there talks about some extensive repurposing of the rooms, and I'm concerned about the impact on neighbour amenity of this extensive repurposing. Has any surveys or any information been presented to you or been done around the impact on neighbours either side? Because depending upon the repurposing, some of the foundations in those sorts of terraced houses are really ropey. And what I don't want is there to be a significant effect on the neighbours as a result of the extensive work required to repurpose the rooms.
Thank you, Councillor. Could we have the diagram up, please, Karen? Now, I don't know if the state of the property presently is the original state or not. So, as existing, we had the front lounge living room, which you can't really see it, but just behind and either side of the words lounge living room, halfway across the room, I can see the remnants of an original, I assume, original dividing room. So that would be a typical Victorian layout, wouldn't it? Two front rooms knocked into one. That would have that reinstated, it looks like, there. And then with the slightly less structurally important ensuite tucked in. At the rear wing of the house, that looks like potentially an original wall and a fireplace. Excuse the wobbling line. That would come out, so they'd need appropriate structural, if any, support in there through the building regulations. Upstairs, I think the room size there appears to be the same as here, as there, with the en-suites inserted. And then a bit of remodelling in the back. At the moment, you've got a collection of bathroom and WC there, which will be remodelled to the plant room. They call it tanks and utility, sorry, an ensuite. So a little bit of remodelling there. I'm no structural engineer or architect, but it would appear the main structural elements are not being significantly changed, and then the roof extensions on top, of course, with building regulations.
So you've got a proposed second floor, but no existing second floor in there. So I'm assuming the existing second floor and the proposed second floor are the same.
There's no existing second floor, so these are proposed conversions and extensions.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just interested in the impact of the neighbours, particularly things like party wall agreements and stuff like that. It's not something that can easily be sorted in a construction management plan. But when you look at some of the narrow terraces in my ward, you look at some of the narrow terraces up here, on this, all the Hilsey-Nelson borders, that can get really, really tough and have a real impact on residential amenity. But you've not got any confirmation one way or t'other here, have you, Simon? Which is all right. Okay, thank you for that, Judith.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or shall we move to comments and recommendations? Any, Russell?
It always seems like I'm always talking about this area. I think we established over the last few planning committees, we're very unaware of actually how many HMOs are in these roads, that there's still a very big question mark hanging over Shadwell and Oriel, and while this distance doesn't reach there, it's a domino effect, especially with the parking. Now, not many people might not know, but Gladys Avenue is up to half no parking at all. It has multiple bus stops down there. It has loads of double yellow lines because it's not a one-way, so people can get past. So when people are obviously complaining and putting it in about parking, it's a real thing. But then what you've got to consider is that then where they're going to park if they can't park down Gladys Avenue, they're going to park down Wadham Road, Shadwell Road, Ophir Road, Oriel. So it's actually just adding more woe to the issues that are already there. It's just, I'm unfortunately going to disagree with Simon here. On two occasions he's mentioned about a percentage of cars with HMOs. Now, I'm guessing he's including the whole of Portsmouth with that. And I think, yes, in Southsea, we're walking distance to shops, walking distance to work, etc., but I'm not overly confident with the transportation system in Portsmouth as it is, and the north of Portsmouth really suffers because of that. There's literally not a lot walking distance, so therefore people have cars. So to say, oh yeah, a lot of HMOs don't have cars, they do, because they have to. And all it's going to do is add more stress to this area than it already has. You can go down there any time of the day and you will really struggle to find a parking space in general. I really feel that the people that have written in today are never listened to on this. They're not trying to be difficult. It's a genuine thing, and it's been a genuine thing for decades. I've lived in this area for 35 years, and I can tell you now, these roads, since I was a boy, you've not been able to park down them. That was even before the flats started coming in, as among other things. So I really feel that future landlords really need to consider this area and listen to the people, because, you know, we're all in it together.
Gerald.
Chair, I hear Russell's heartfelt plea, but the heartfelt plea needs to be directed to the people who can make a change. And the people who can make the change in Portsmouth are two people, Penny Mordaunt and Stephen Morgan. Those two people are the MPs. This is set by law, and we have to obey what the law is. If we want to change this, and we are probably the most stringent council anywhere in the country, if we want to change this, we have to get Penny and Stephen to change the law. And I would welcome it with open arms, but that's where this lies, and they need to be the people who are going to step forward and get this law changed, because we don't have the power to do it.
Thank you. Any further comments or move to recommendation? Hugh.
Like anyone who lives in an area where there are large numbers of HMOs, I am very sympathetic to the points which have been made by my colleague. But nonetheless, I don't think there are any grounds on which we can refuse this. And so I propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? John? Thank you very much. If there are no other recommendations, I'd like you to raise your hands if you support the officer's report and the conditions that are included. Thank you very much. Any abstentions? I'm just about to come to that. Any against? Thank you. Thank you very much. Planning permission is granted subject to the conditions in the report.
Judith, that's not quite right. As per the SMAT, the position of the local planning authorities of the appeal phenomenon. So effectively, as of now, the advice to the Secretary of State is that we would have done this. The fact he's going to withdraw his appeal in about 2 minutes does not affect the outcome of the decision.
The decision is to, as we're not in a position to recommend approval, we are going for the statement of what we would have done were we responsible for giving a planning permission, and that is set out in the SMAT. Thank you very much. Okay, I will now move on to application for 22 Burlington Road. This is an application on page 81, and there's also a SMAT consideration at the top of page 4, draw to your attention, which is about numbering and so forth. Simon, would you like to explain this application to us, please?
Thank you, Chair. 22 Burlington Road, also change of use from a Class 3 dwelling house to either still a Class C3 and or flexibly in and out of Class C4 HMO use. There's the site location plan, the north-south Portsmouth Road, terraced houses. Members may recall this is in the middle of the island, not too far north of, there's Chichester Road, right in the middle, to the south there. We had an application recently at number 5 in the southwest corner 2 or 3 committees ago there. We've taken account of that in the numbers in terms of mixed and balanced communities. Including the application, the number locally would go up within the 50 metres radius to 5.1% within the 10% threshold. In terms of layout of the development, I'll take you through it again. Front door leading through to a bedroom and ensuite. I'll take you through the sizes in a moment. A shared WC, a living room, and then into the rear wing a shared kitchen diner, including a permitted development rear extension to replace the existing. At first floor, a front bedroom and ensuite, a middle bedroom and ensuite, and in the rear wing, a further bedroom and ensuite. And then in the roof space, which will be achieved with the rear roof extension under permitted developments, 2 bedrooms and 2 ensuites. I said I'll take you through the room sizes. Excuse me. All of the bedrooms are just on 10 square metres. The requirement is 6.51 as a minimum. They're either just bang on 10, which means that the kitchen dining room can be 22.5 square metres, which it is exactly. And above and beyond that, the living room, I pointed out on the ground floor, is also proposed there. as an extra, if I can put it that way. So the room standards and general configuration appears to be reasonable and acceptable. There are various pictures there of the property. It's due for renovation, I think. Indeed, there's the back garden, could do with some TLC, and the front of the property. The recommendation is for approval. The Chair mentioned a SMAT item. Yes, apologies. We've ended up with two conditions, number 3. So the second of those, the rear extension, should be labelled number 4, please.
Thank you very much, Simon. Can I ask Simon Hill to give his deputation now? I mean, I'll leave it to your discretion, of course, but a lot of what you said before was a quality of information about your company, which is rather than the specific to the property, but if you can bear that in mind, I'd be grateful.
Hello, yeah, as you said, there's an awful lot of duplication, so I'll just stick to the bits that are just relevant to this property. So ultimately, the property was bought at auction. It was available on the open market for other people to buy, so we haven't prevented anybody else from having the opportunity to purchase it. It was in horrendous condition when we bought it in terms of decorative order and that side of things. Ultimately, we'll be giving it a full refurbishment. As mentioned, all of the rooms are over the minimum requirements, on or over the minimum requirements. There are only 2 HMOs in Burlington Road at the moment, number 5 and number 46. Which means there's around 5%, including this one, and therefore will be significantly less than the maximum of 10%. A number of other properties in this road have come up which haven't been suitable, so we haven't purchased those ones. All 6 of the rooms, like I said, are already over the size requirement, and the communal space, including the lounge, is over 140% of the required space, which means that the property is compliant with the space standards. A question was asked, or a point was made earlier about the impact on residents in terms of the work. We do as much as we possibly can to minimise the effect on the neighbours. I mentioned in my previous deputation about consulting them, getting potential opportunities to come round to meet existing neighbours. We've got a brilliant working relationship with the neighbours on other properties that we're doing. Indeed, they're often asking our advice on various bits to do with building work and that side of things. We've been invited to do works on those properties. In terms of the actual works that are carried out, though, whether it were a family home that had a loft conversion and an extension, or whether it were an HMO, the works are exactly the same. So there was no greater impact, in my opinion, on the neighbours from us making it an HMO in terms of the structural works that are carried out. Again, in terms of parking, we did a parking survey when we had number 5 Burlington Road at application previously, so we know what the results of that were, which that there wasn't found to be an issue with any parking requirements or anything like that. I'd ask you to look favourably upon this application. We are endeavouring to provide good quality, high specification HMO rooms which are desperately needed in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from members? If there are no questions from members, then I'll go ahead and ask for comments and recommendation. Gerald?
As I said on the previous one.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
As I said on the previous one. As best men often say at subsequent weddings.
So you're proposing the officer's report, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for that? John or Darryl? Okay, John. Oh, well, don't let me stop you. I'll take a seconder from John, but you're still free to make a comment, Russell.
Awfully kind. I'd like to see the survey, if that's possible. If you could send it over, that'd be really good. Just because I'm always hearing surveys of how there's not much parking issues, and once again, this is another area where if people are complaining about the parking, and it's very similar, crowded houses, they can't all be wrong, can they? It keeps coming up and up again. Yeah, I kind of feel it's really disappointing. It almost seems like there's never just houses for family. It just seems to be continuous HMOs, but without considerations of the surrounding area and the people that live in this area. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Darren.
Thank you. Firstly, about parking. I'm probably the only councillor who represents Park Copner. Councillor New was here earlier, but is not here now. But I'm sure Rob and I will both say that roads like this are rammed as front with cars. So to say with again, I'd love to see the parking surveys, because every time I walk down the road, it's been rammed. Every time I walk down Bewley Road and Farlington Road and those roads nearby, it's rammed. That particular bit of Copner is rammed now, independent of everything else. So I think going forwards, it may be useful to have some parking stress surveys done independently. I know if they tried it in a few roads in my ward and they said parking wasn't a problem, I'd take them down there and laugh at them, frankly. The second bit is another thing that intrigues me in the report. There was an extension done under permitted development. Perfectly reasonable, perfectly legal. But what concerns me is extensions are done perfectly legally, and then 5, 6, 7 months later, there's an application to turn it to a HMO. Now, given the sensitivities around HMOs anyway, which Russell has outlined, I think it might be useful for planning officers to actually go, hang on guys, you're doing this extension, that's okay. And sometimes they might apply for planning permission for it, especially if they apply for planning permission for it. Are you thinking of turning this into a HMO? No, that's not to stop people like Simon and Applecore, who within the HMO model actually have got a very good model that's being stuffed by the valuation office on a daily basis. But it's important for local residents to know, or fear, that if it's an extension, is it going to become a HMO? And I think that's a concern that local people will have. It might be useful just to have as part of the conversations, what are you thinking in future, particularly if developers who are known developers of HMOs come forwards. We need honesty around all this. And those are my two observations rather than any comments. Sadly, there is no reason to turn this down, but the parking stress, to say that there's no parking stress in roads like that is incorrect in my experience.
Thank you for your comments there. We have a proposal and we have a seconder. Can I ask if there are no other proposals that you could raise your hands in support of the officer's recommendation? And thank you very much. Are there any against this? And any abstentions? Thank you. Planning permission has been granted, subject to conditions in the report, and with us still being quite worried about the parking. Can I ask that we move on to item number 7, Voyager Park, North Porterfield Road. We have no deputations or representations on this one, and could I ask Simon to introduce it for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for industrial development at Voyager Park, North Portfield Road. Just to locate the application, up there in the northeast of the city in a large industrial area, existing industrial site just east of the railway line, 0.7 of a hectare. As you can see from the photograph in the bottom right-hand corner, external storage is the current use of the two halves of the site. You can discern from here the landscaping, very good landscaping in the wider area, including around the boundary of the site. A few more contextual photographs there of the two access ways. You can see elements of the external existing storage on this fairly flat site and the external landscaping around its periphery. A couple more contextual photographs. Both the two left-hand photographs are looking into the access of the main road, and then the right-hand middle photograph is looking west along the road. The application site is behind the hedge on the right, in front of that taller white building. The application is for industrial. They've applied for 3 different uses flexibly. Ultimately, they would be able to have some flexibility and ultimately choose between Class B2 general industrial, Class B8 storage and distribution, and the light industrial use, which is now Class EG3. The layout, the main layout you have there, is their indicative layout in terms of parking, and well, it is the proposed layout, I should correct myself, for 3 units. The left-hand unit, Unit 1, as you can see from the 2 larger vehicles, that would suggest that would be for Class B8 storage and distribution, with 2 lorry garage entrances in order to back the vehicles up to and unload and load up from the storage and distribution use. The 2 right-hand units are more likely to be the general industrial B2, one or both of them, or the light industrial Class EG111, either one or both of them. It's a flexible application they've applied for. They will decide which they go for. So on the right-hand side, for the 2 smaller units, you haven't got the same circulation space for the bigger trucks. They've demonstrated on the smaller image on the left-hand side, were that unit to be used for not for storage and distribution, but for the B8, B2 general, or for the EG111 light industrial, they have a higher parking requirement, and so they would provide more parking spaces in lieu instead of the circulation manoeuvring space for the bigger trucks. So they've given thought as to how the units could be arranged depending on what uses are ultimately plumped for. Normal industrial sheds, industrial cladding with elements of offices on the first floor as well, which is normal for these sorts of units. So a relatively straightforward industrial application in an industrial area. Range of other uses, range of other issues dealt with as one might expect in terms of highways, design, the principle of development, ecology, etc. But the recommendation there is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on this one? Gerald?
Thanks. The report, Simon, says that we should turn this down because there's not enough car parking and it's not done in a flexible enough way. I can see how you could make it more flexible by taking out the wall between where the car parking is at the front of these units, so that there would be some flexibility about how that space was used. I think we've all seen the problems caused at the post office building in this area with the lack of car parking there, and the way that spills out all over the place. Why are we not listening to our transport consultants who say that, and the amount of lack of car parking is significant? It's not one space, it's 11. Why are we not listening to that and proposing acceptance of this?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's one space short for the distribution of units they've set out on page 97, 98. Just the one in total. If you look at the top of page 98, you've got the first column, units 1, 2, 3. The demand, or the requirement, 29, 12, 11, and provision, unit 1, they've got one more than needed, and then the next 2, they've got one less each, so that's net -1 space. So we simply wouldn't wish to withhold planning permission for the lack of one space, considering all the benefits of the scheme, reusing industrial land and employment, and then there's a travel plan as well to encourage people to come by bicycle.
If it's only one, I don't mind. Let me just, if we don't keep going on, I'll just see if I can find the bit that I think said it was short by a lot.
You don't actually mention a travel plan in the conditions, though. I wondered why that had been rejected.
Thank you, Chair. We've got it in the legal agreement, so under recommendation 1, page 100.
Recommendation 1, page 100. Thank you very much. There is a travel plan there, as I haven't gone. Could you tell us which paragraph it's in, please?
It's page 84 or 100, depending which you're using. Recommendation 1 on the third line, number 2, travel plan. So that's where we would secure a sensible travel plan to encourage, I would imagine, possibly getting there by bus and having a bit of a walk, or by bike.
I see it now, and thank you very much. That goes some way towards alleviating my concerns on that particular point. Gerald particularly. Darren.
Thanks, Judith. For clarification, the original proposals were about 20 car parking spaces short, and then some further work was done to get it down to -1, which I think this is not Burlington Road or the Middle Copner. Personally, I think that's okay. As far as the work on trying to have more sustainable transport, I think those of us who've tried to pick stuff up from the post office at the bottom of this road would love a bus going down there, frankly. Can I suggest, as an observation, that Simon, the planning team, talk to the team behind the BSIP, which is this council's bus improvement programme, as put forward, as recommended by Councillor Stagg and her transport team, which is regarded by government as one of the best in the country. So it might be useful to have a chat, because I know I've certainly had a chat with Lynn around trying to get buses through to Ocean Park and also down there as well, because that is an underutilised part of the city, not least because it's the entire place where anybody can pick up their post. So I would respectfully suggest that, and talk to the BSIP team and see if we can try and do that. I know I'm certainly interested in getting buses to Ocean Park to benefit people in North Baffins, and that might also be useful. Sorry for that. That's more of an observation, Judith, than a question. But
thank you, Hugh.
Question for clarity. Page 94, we've got a couple of things. The groundwater results are a little disappointing, 6.5. However, also now satisfied satisfied that the ground investigations cover the infiltration feasibility. The sewers are in suitable condition. The surface water runs out into Great Saltons Lake. Could we have a little more information as to what is actually there in terms of sewerage? Secondly, on the next paragraph on the Environment Agency, shallow groundwater is present. Given the industrial nature of the area, there is potential for contamination to be present. So how is this contamination going to be mitigated? Where will the surface water run off, and are the sewers up to it?
Thank you, Councillor. The drainage details are a little bit hard to fully understand. My reading of them was that they rehearsed that some more information was needed, as the report sets out. That was carried out with a CCTV check of the sewers. They expressed some disappointment about the results, but they were satisfied about the ground investigation has covered the infiltration feasibility. They've noted that the water will be taken away, eventually outlet into Great Saltons Lake, which I think means it probably is not seeping through to the groundwater. It's channeled away, routed away to an existing location and then presumably out into the harbour. That was my understanding of that. And indeed, condition 7 talks about there should be no infiltration of surface water to the ground, which I think leads on to the answer of the second half of your question, asking about contamination. I think the Environment Agency were worried about contamination from previous industrial uses, so in the top layer of ground, and how that might be disturbed with redevelopment and then seeping through into the groundwaters. So that will be controlled by our contamination conditions 3, 4 and 5 to make sure that it is properly understood before development happens what, from a desk study and then from actual surveys on site, what actual contamination is there. Once you know what is there, the right measures to deal with that during construction and for the building.
And would that cover the potential for contamination? If there is potential for contamination and the water is not seeping into the ground, it is being carried out to Great Saltons Lake. Is there a danger of contamination at Great Saltons?
If it wasn't treated properly, I imagine there would be, yes. So again, those conditions will tell us what the contamination is, to what degree it is, and what therefore needs to be done to it to make sure that those contaminants aren't released during construction or indeed for the longer term.
And that will be continuously monitored, or regularly monitored, following construction?
Yes, condition 4 is the verification report. So, yeah, we get this quite a lot, where some people or developers don't carry out what they should have done, and it becomes a problem, the verification. So a professional planning agent running this with the developer will make absolutely sure that not only have they had the right remediation scheme approved, but they actually carry it out and demonstrate it's been carried out. So whatever treatments have happened to soils and membranes and that sort of thing that go in, they have to demonstrate that by reports, by photographs, by site visits, etc.
Just to build on that question, I've got another question that relates to that. Are you satisfied that the conditions on page 101 and page 102 address the particular circumstances that surface water is currently draining into Great Saltons Lake and not going into the sewage system?
Yes, Councillor, I think so. You can see it's been to and fro with coast and drainage, so they've clearly had a proper look at it.
So you're satisfied that this does cover those concerns? I thought it was
Yes.
less clear than it might have been.
I propose moving the officer's recommendations. This is a long overdue improvement to an industrial area. As far as I'm concerned, the net loss of one parking space is irrelevant, frankly, and does not deserve refusal in an industrial area. I would merely add as an informative that the planning team and the developers speak to the team behind the bus improvement programme in order to facilitate better public transport.
That presumably will come up in the transport plan, but that's...
I would
certainly...
hope so, but I want to try and make sure it's copper-bottomed, as they say in management jargon.
Okay, good. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Hugh. In the absence of any different recommendations, can I ask you with a show of hands to approve this application in accordance with the report? Any objections? Anybody against? Any abstentions? Did you want to vote? You didn't put your hand up?
I thought I had, Madam Chairwoman. However, I will do it again
in
order to vote for the application on the proposal I put forward.
Thank you very much. I didn't see it. Thank you very much indeed. The planning permission has been given, subject to the conditions recommended in the report. Thank you. We now need to move to the application for Unicorn Road. Now, probably others are thinking this is an unusual one for us to look at. It's not a development in the traditional way that we understand it. It's here for several reasons. Of course, building new roads and things is development, but more particularly, this is an application submitted by the council itself. And one of the things that the council wanted to do in this respect is to make sure that it was being as transparent as possible about this very important development of roads in this area, and also to make sure that this is, in a sense, the first step towards a broader transport strategy, a greening strategy that will be coming to us as development in subsequent planning applications, and also is part of the application for the South East Hampshire Rapid Transport Scheme, and that is clearly also part of our long-term plans and subject to separate funding stream that needs to be taken up in advance of the local plan being agreed in detail. So I think this is really interesting, but it's not a typical planning application. And we have here Martin Lavers and Kim Cohen to speak to this later on. But first of all, could I ask Simon to introduce it? And one of the things I think is really interesting about this sort of application is it doesn't actually deal with anything but the land on which the new roads are going to be developed. So it doesn't very easily take into account things that are happening just outside the site, and which we will need to, no doubt we'll have questions to ask on. Simon.
Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for important roadworks at Unicorn Road, Cascades Approach, Market Way and Charlotte Street, just in the north of the city centre. One landmark that will help you locate it as well is St Agatha's Church, the Grade 2 star listed building, which is passed by the road as you come into the city centre. The northwest section of that photograph is the naval base, and that is the junction into the naval base, one of the junctions. Here we have Cascades Approach, is called, the western end of the Cascades shopping centre and the parking, multi-storey car parking there. And the road, there's no link through by traffic from the end of Cascades Approach onto Unicorn Road. Just some small photographs there with some of the road conditions at presently. So the site largely consists of adopted highway and pedestrian footpaths. There are smaller areas of grass and trees and some open space to the south of St Agatha's Church here. And some land within Cascades, etc. So the entrance to the multi-storey car park is just there. That shows you the overall extent of the Red Edge site. Actually, a lot of the works are road works within the existing confines of the highway and a permitted development. But for completeness, we tend to include the whole lot and have set everything out for you. But the main element is bus lanes cutting through, making the connection between Cascades Approach and Unicorn Road. Martin and colleagues will take you through it perhaps in fuller detail. I'll try not to go on for too long. So we have Cascades Approach there. Market Way is the main road coming in from the north. There's the access to the naval base, Unicorn Road. Alfred Way continuing down to the big junction at the top of Queen Street. St John's RC Cathedral, listed building. And then the top end of town, if you like, Edinburgh Road, leading across to the south of Commercial Road. And the photograph on the right really shows you the extent of highway, and some of the coloured areas on the right-hand side are the yellow and white areas of rough grass and so on. And there are trees everywhere. You can make out some of the trees here, groups of trees distributed throughout the site. The programme is here, this element. It's one element of 4 in the South East Hampshire Rapid Transport Programme, which is a regional programme for connectivity improvements within the city and the region to really transform the way people travel within the city and between surrounding towns. In brief summary, by improvements in particular to the buses, traffic flow will be improved in the city centre and indeed at the location we're discussing now. Bus-only routes to facilitate faster and more reliable journeys, make the bus a more reliable and attractive mode of transport, as well as walking and cycling. At the moment here, the bus routes are somewhat compromised and they have to circle around Charlotte Street and so on. By putting the connection in, bus times will be cut. You'll take buses off Market Way. So there should be less traffic in total, and then with more people on buses as well, further less traffic, and better conditions for all, faster movement and less pollution. Lots of colours and so on, but the main thing to point out for you is if you can see it, that swirl there, which is the bus lane providing the link that does not exist now at the western end of Cascades, so linking in Cascades approach through the new road, effectively, linking into Unicorn Way. So that's providing the link that currently has to divert around and back into the city centre, hence cutting the times, reducing pollution, making a bus more attractive, leading to more investment from the bus companies indeed, who of course support the scheme and would have been working closely with the City Council Highways team. Taking you through each of the arrow points, that's just the two-way lane I've just mentioned there, new lighting and drainage, a cycle lane running alongside it, shared with the footpath, so better for cyclists too. There does have to be tree removal, which you would have seen in the report. Unfortunately, in that area where the bus lane is going in, there are lots of trees densely planted, and I think it was 24 will have to come out. The report is at pains to consider, as the applicant has been, how to mitigate for that with some new tree planting elsewhere, some new planting of native species in amenity-rich grassland and hedges and so on, and improvements to the root protection areas of some of the existing trees in a very hard urban landscape. Some of those hard surfacing will be taken away carefully, and aeration and infiltration of water improved for some of those retained trees. So there is a net loss of trees, but in order for the wider picture, the substantial benefits of improved traffic flows, improved bus use, improved cycling and walking, so there are some negative effects which are offset against the wider, better benefits. Then the bullet points there on the right take you through the various other alignments and changes elsewhere. I'll skip through that. Another thing to draw to your attention is these poplars in front of St Agatha's Church. They're in the winter, they're in leaf in the summer. Planning permission isn't required for their removal. They're not protected trees, and although they're in front within the setting of a listed building, their removal doesn't require planning consent, but for completeness, as I said earlier on, they're included as part of the scheme. The council's taking the opportunity to improve that area. It's a little bit down at here, I'd say, just that amenity space in front of the church, and the trees are deemed to interfere with the setting of the church, the views of the church, and so I think, yeah, it's only small, but there's the church, and then just in front of it, a new landscaped area, opening up that space, re-landscaping it hard and soft with feature shrubs and planting, and a new heavy standard broadleaf deciduous native tree to be planted as a new central feature there is deemed to be an improvement for the longer term. and Historic England and the Council's Heritage Officer have no concerns in those respects, so it's deemed to be an enhancement for St Agatha's. Otherwise, I've talked about the landscape strategy, improving green infrastructure, no objections from the Arboricultural Officer, lots of conditions to control all these matters. In summary, the benefits are encouraging and promoting bus use, improved bus journey times, shorter times, improved reliability, so it's a more attractive service, more reliable service for customers and a faster service, reducing the need for car, footways and cycle lanes, connectivity, reducing carbon emissions and pollutants, of course, by reducing car travel, supporting economic growth. These changes will, of course, support the city centre of Portsmouth and the wider city and other schemes coming through, and then the benefits for St Agatha's. Now there are some SMAT matters. Just to take you through briefly. Again, the willy-nilly conditions were labelled 12 to 21. These should be 1 to 10. Excuse me. One of the second bullet paragraph, some of the approved plans as erroneously included, that can be taken out, please. The Appendix 3 has some adjustments to some of the trigger points for implementation of the conditions. It's always important to work closely with the applicant, what works for them and the City Council or the Planning Authority. So some adjustments there in Appendix 3. That's quite normal for a bigger scheme. The fourth paragraph, Highways Engineer confirming they've had no objection. And lastly, Environmental Health commenting no objection to the development subject to a construction environmental management plan. Various things addressed in the report, air quality, noise, etc., because of some evening and nighttime working. They note, again, the nighttime working, so they appreciate there will be some element of disturbance, but that must be reasonably controlled by condition. So we have that condition already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Could I ask the Kim, Cohen, Martin Lavers, you can go in whichever order you want, to speak on behalf of the application. You've got a total of 12 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we'll only need 6. I'm going to do the honours today, supported by my colleague Kim. I've got Dan on my left, Technical Officer, Highways Engineer as well. They'll keep me on the straight and narrow. In September 2020, the Portsmouth City Region received £56 million of TCF Transforming Cities Fund money to help transform the way people travel between Portsmouth and the surrounding towns. Portsmouth itself has been allocated around 26 million. These schemes will introduce bus improvements to facilitate faster and more reliable journeys, make the bus a more attractive mode of sustainable travel, and enhance active travel modes by improving facilities for walking routes and cycling. In Portsmouth, we have 3 roundabout improvement schemes, Spur Road, Portsbridge and Rudmore. We've got 3 active travel schemes and 4 schemes in the city centre. Design work, consultation and modelling has taken place over the last 18 months and construction work has already started on Rudmore roundabout. The scheme before you today is known as City Centre North and is one of the 4 schemes in the city centre, the others being City Centre South, Charlotte Street, East and Lake Road. Full details of City Centre North scheme are included in the planning application, but by way of brief summary, and as Simon said earlier, the proposed scheme provides a new bus corridor between Cascades car park and St Agatha's Church and links Cascades approach to Charlotte Street with Unicorn Road. This will enable buses to avoid congestion on Market Way and around Unicorn Gate and result in greatly improved bus journey times. I'd like to take this opportunity to focus a little bit on the considerations the team has put towards landscaping and greening, including mitigation measures associated with removal of trees. The landscape proposals are designed to provide a high-quality amenity, climate-resilient, biodiverse scheme that is sensitive to the heritage setting of St Agatha's Church. The proposals include opening up the views to the church through the removal of the 4 pot pillars and replacement with a medium-sized broadleaf focal tree that provides biodiversity and seasonal visual amenity benefits. Where possible, we've looked to improve the health and extent of the lifespan of existing trees. The proposals for the Avenue of 7 existing hornbeams located on the Cascades' western facade includes the removal of sections of the existing wall flanking the trees to enable root improvement works, and also replacing the wall and hard standing with soft planting around the tree root zones. Improving the growing environment for these existing mature trees will be instrumental in safeguarding their role along the proposed footway cycleway. The Cascades frontage will be enhanced with a new clipped hedge, helping to delineate the boundary edge where the sections of the wall have been removed. This will provide increased greening and visual amenity along the pedestrian and cycle route. Existing pockets of grass along Cascades frontage will be enhanced with wildflower seeding and shrub beds to provide seasonal interest and opportunities to attract pollinators and increase biodiversity. A new street tree is proposed at St Thomas Court to reflect the tree planting on the opposite side of the road to enhance an area that is currently devoid of green infrastructure. So overall, the landscape strategy includes the retention of existing trees where possible, proposed ornamental hedging trees, plants, it specifies rich seeding, low maintenance ground cover and various amenity facilities. We've tried hard to retain as many trees as possible in the location of the construction site, but as you can imagine, it is impossible to build the new bus lane without having to remove some of the trees that lie in its path. We did employ an independent arboriculturalist to look to see which of the existing trees that were on the line of the bus lane could be removed in situ and replanted. The arboriculturalist carried out a survey and provided a report and recommendations. But unfortunately, due to the location and age of these trees and their roots within quite an urban area, it was found impossible to remove the trees for replanting without causing damage that would lead to their death. It's important to recognise that the TCF scheme, also known as SEHRT, and the city centre North Works are being carried out as part of wider city infrastructure improvements and as part of the city's ambitious plan to create healthier, greener travel choices throughout the city. And I believe it's wrong to consider Unicorn Gate in isolation. The plans for the city centre developments on the old Tricorn car park and Sainsbury site include a substantial programme of greening, including a park with new trees, bushes, plants, etc., where there was once just tarmac and concrete. There's an ambition for a nursery containing over 200 new trees. Further, new planting is proposed on the remaining SEHRT schemes. In conjunction with this, Coalesce are working with the council to deliver a tree planting programme that supports the city's plan for 120 new street trees each year. There's also over 200 unused existing tree pits on the city streets that are currently under investigation to see whether trees can be replanted in these. There's substantial greening and biodiversity plans, including wildflowers and trees as part of the coastal defence schemes, particularly on the north and northeast sites of the island, and also as part of the proposed Eastern Road cycle lane. When all this is taken into account, there'll be an overall substantial net gain in trees in the SEHRT programme within the City of Portsmouth. So in conclusion, the proposal before you is an important component of the Council's objectives towards improving the city centre experience, promoting sustainable travel and addressing climate change. It will help reduce carbon emissions and other pollutants associated with car travel, and as a result of reduced congestion and through enhancing bus routes for buses that will be low emission vehicles. It will support economic growth and the regeneration strategy for Portsmouth City Centre through enhancing public transport and connectivity across the city. We recognise that some trees will be lost along the path of the bus lane, but when taken in the context of the wider city centre and across the city as a whole, it can be seen as forming part of a programme of transformation of how people live and travel in the city that includes overall net gain in greening terms. The proposals comply with the adopted national and local planning and transport policy, and I respectfully request that planning permission be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from members? Hugh.
I have two questions which stem out of the fact that it's been quite difficult to see on this scale what is being planned. It does strike me that there is a possibility that if there is a heavy use of the Cascades car park, as there probably would be, since the Tricorn car park will be built upon, that the tailback could interfere with the traffic of buses on this spur which is being introduced. Is this a consideration? And that is my first question about the possibility of the two of the buses and the tailback of people trying to get into the Cascades car park interfering with each other. The second one is that this is in advance of the proposals coming forward for Charlotte Street. And are there any particular benefits that this bus lane will produce prior to the widening, if it is ever to be widened, of Charlotte Street?
Thank you. Simon, could you answer those, or we could refer to Martin?
I think it's probably best to defer.
Can we do that? We can refer to Martin for answers to those questions, presumably. Martin, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mason. So with regards to the buses and the tailback of traffic and cars going into Cascades car park, and I can imagine you're thinking particularly around the Christmas time when traffic is a little bit heavier. There's two parts of that. We did look into this. Overall, the benefits that will be gained from the bus lanes going in at this location from Cascades Approach down to Unicorn Road outweigh the disbenefits of the possible occasional tailbacks. We discussed this with the bus company. It was considered they would prefer that there was no cars going into that car park, and they just wanted the buses to go down a free route. That wasn't an option, not at this stage. So there is a balance here. The usage of the car park over the majority of the year is such that the risks of a tailback interfering with buses will be low, and on the occasion when it does, when there is a tailback going in for whatever reason, maybe somebody breaks down or whatever, then the bus lanes themselves are effectively wide enough, like any normal road that the buses would go around. But on the vast majority of times, it wouldn't be a problem. You mentioned about Charlotte Street as well, and the widening of Charlotte Street. So there is benefit at this in the early stage when Charlotte Street isn't widened, and we just have a single way for buses which go from west to east. But as part of future plans, the ambition is indeed to widen Charlotte Street so we can have buses flowing in two directions, and then the benefits will be considerably more. But at this moment in time, the benefits are principally for the buses which travel from west to east.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yes, I think it does. So the benefits, what are these benefits for the buses travelling from west to east over the current arrangement? Because they would be directed, presumably, until Charlotte Street is widened, into the Cascades Approach, and they would still, therefore, have to go to Market Way.
So in one direction, buses still have to go down Market Way, and then go down Cascades Approach and down onto Unicorn Road. What they are doing in that direction is avoiding the delays which they might otherwise get around Unicorn Gate itself and tailbacks coming up a Market Way. But the real benefit will be gained for the buses going from west to east. We've consulted with the bus companies, both Stagecoach and First, about this, and they are fully supportive of the scheme. What's really important to understand is that the SEHRT scheme, when you look at one of these in isolation, and then you look at bus journey time improvements, you don't get the whole picture. And I just wanted to touch on that a little bit, if I may. So we're obviously delivering a programme of bus improvements around the city. When they're all linked together, the bus journey time improvements are significant. If you look at any individual scheme, they have benefits, but not to the level which we would ultimately be achieving when the whole of the SEHRT scheme is delivered. And this scheme links very much to Charlotte Street and ultimately to Lake Road as well.
If nobody's else got another question, I'll ask one to fill in anyway. You mentioned that this is part of an overall strategy to improve cycling and the pedestrian experience and buses. Will granting this particular planning application, if we do, improve the safety of cyclists coming down or going up to the port and wanting to come back into the rest of the city? Because that route is one that I've certainly experienced difficulties myself, and the conflict between pedestrians and cyclists on some of those bends, and other people doing casework have also been concerned about that.
So it's a step in the right direction. The drawing which Simon put up initially, sorry, it wasn't in full detail, but on there you would have seen a proposed shared footway cycleway, which basically follows the line of the bus lane up around from Unicorn Road up into the Cascades approach. Principally, that's for cyclists ideally heading south. If you want to go to Unicorn Gate and maybe go into the dockyard, the naval dockyard itself, you would continue to use the underpass, which is just on the south side of Unicorn Gate. But when you look at these proposals and you look at the ambitions for that the city has for the whole of that area, that transforms completely the cycling and walking experience from the north, going up to the port, right the way through the city centre, down into or towards the university, towards city centre itself, down to Victoria Park. And it's as I said before, I think we need to see this as part of a whole. So there are improvements, and there's more improvements to come, is really what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. John.
I like the scheme and all the things about cycling, walking and buses and all of that. But my question is really, if you picked up about interfering with buses, my point is more about keeping the artery open from the north down to the south of the city. It's very important. I was involved in the original Northern Quarter details, and it was always important to keep that road access open because we're not quite there yet. We do need the car still. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about making sure that road isn't damaged, that flow of traffic, really. If you could tell us a little bit more about that, please.
Simon, do you want to defer to Mark? Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor, may I just clarify? You mentioned the road. Are you referring to Market Way?
Correct.
So Market Way, as part of this scheme, doesn't get changed. It still takes the traffic that you see on it at the moment. So as a car user, you'd be able to drive down Market Way and you'd be able to drive back up Market Way. From the bus's point of view, they don't have to join all that traffic. They will be able to take a different route, which is in front of you today. There's longer term plans as part of the city centre as a whole, which I think may be outside this particular planning application today. But one of the things which we are doing, what the design team is doing through the development of the SEHRT proposals, is to ensure that anything that goes in doesn't have to get dug up again when the city centre itself gets developed. So everything that you see before you will be added to in a positive way. That includes widening of Charlotte Street and the like, and improving the connectivity for walking and cycling. Thank you.
So the main arteries into the city, for that, we've only got two main arteries into the city, won't be affected, won't affect business to the south of the city in terms of economic growth. I just want to clarify that, that's all.
As part of this scheme, it is what you see in front of you. There is no change to Market Way and the other arteries into the city.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one more. And when Simon was giving his, telling us about his summing things up there, he said about there are some negative effects. What are those negative effects?
I think I would limit it to the loss of trees. And therefore the applicant has done the very, that's unavoidable in order to put that particular bus lane and cycle footpath in there for all the benefits we've been talking about. It's unavoidable to take out a certain number of trees. So new trees, a more limited number, are going in where they can on available land here and wider outside the application site and other programmes. But it's an unavoidable consequence of making these improvements, and the planning perspective is that the negative factor of losing some trees is more than outweighed by all the other positive environmental and travel benefits and economic benefits resulting.
I believe there are people who are worried about the effects of the actual construction period as well, which is clearly part of this, and I believe that was the substance of some of the external objections. If there are no more questions, then I'll move on to asking for comments and recommendations, please. Darren?
Well, given that no one else was going to, I'm happy to move the officer recommendations as amended in the supplementary matters. We need to improve walking, cycling and buses, particularly in our city centre, which is extensively polluted. I understand John's points around the car, but we do have to try and provide alternatives. Not enough people use our buses in the city, way less than other parts of other comparable cities on the south coast. And we have to try and provide decent alternatives for it. This seems a reasonable way forwards. I have in my cabinet role been involved with other parts of this scheme, but not this bit. And I think it's a very sensible way forwards. I understand the loss of trees. I hope that they will be, well, I'm sure they will be replaced. There's a few housing estates that I can recommend to put them on. But I think this is an important way forwards. The Transforming Cities Fund, which Councillor Lynn Stagg and her team secured along with other councils, is again another excellent example of the investment into public transport that we're doing. And I think this is a very sensible way forwards, Judith, and I'm happy to propose.
Is anybody happy to second that? Chris?
Joe, I'm very happy to second, and I hope it's not too long before we see Martin and others back here asking us to consider other related infrastructure changes.
Thank you very much. Unless I have any contrary proposals to that, I'll ask you all to raise your hands and support the officer's recommendation, supplemented by the amendments in the SNAT, and if you could raise your hands accordingly. Thank you very much. It seems that planning permission has been granted. Thank you for coming and explaining it. Okay, members. We've now got to go back to 24 Beach Road and just see whether we have a definitive answer from planning officers about the height of that room on the top floor. If not, we will, I think, agree to defer until we do get that information. Simon, do we have any... This is the 24 Beach Road, the top floor flat that we needed to know the height of that kitchen living room area, and particularly things like the location of the cooker in what effectively look like the eaves.
Thank you, Chair. Right. It was hard for me to discern it, but these dotted lines, that's the line of 1.5 metres head height. So between that dotted line and the external wall is less, it's a sloping ceiling, less than 1.5 metres. And the same, you can just about make it, the dotted line there as well, and there. That is a storage cupboard. So to confirm, 37 square metres is the required minimum size for a one-person flat. That is provided with 1.5 metres head height. So inside the dotted lines, inside the dotted line, they provide exactly 37 square metres. And then with lesser height, there's another, by eye, I'd suggest about a metre squared in there and a metre squared in there, beyond the minimum 37. So to be very clear, it provides the minimum 37 square metres with 1.5 or more head height, and there's a bit extra on either side.
Just to clarify that we're looking at the same thing, because I can't see your cursor from here, the dotted lines you're referring to are the dotted lines that run, in particular, are evident on the plan we've got, halfway through the kitchen units and then back across. Is that right?
That's right.
It's not the dotted line that outlines what I believe is the roof line.
Correct.
So the dotted line appears, where does it appear over the bed? I really can't see a dotted line.
Well, the diagonal line is the valley of the roof.
Yep.
So descending this way. So the lower than 1.5 head height is from that point by the bedside table across the pillows to the other bedside table. That's the area that's below 1.5 metres, but that's okay because 37 square metres is provided with 1.5 or above elsewhere.
And was any comment made about the location of the cooker, partly within the below 1.5?
Having looked at the guidance again, it doesn't get down to that sort of detail. It's half in, half out there. I think that's... the layout doesn't have to be like this anyway. They could have the kitchen along the front with the window, for example. So there's flexibility in there, I think, to do it as they see fit.
Okay, I wanted to check that so that I forestall the need for the same sort of discussion as we'd had before. But over to members for comments. Gerald.
Chair, I think I would be worried about that layout with the cooker there. I think John was right. But I don't know if that's more of a building regs thing. The other bit, my question would be, is in that kitchen, where do you put a fridge freezer if you're not going to put it directly over the window? We all have fridge freezers. You have to somewhere to put them.
Actually, I didn't have one for quite a few years.
Lots of people have separate units for that.
I think a fridge with an ice tray or some other arrangement could fit in the work surface under there or under there, possibly, or a freestanding fridge somewhere else in the kitchen, along with a small kitchen table. It depends on the exact layout, but we can't get down to that level of detail. It may or may not be building regulations, I'm not sure, Councillor, but in the round it just meets the standard for the overall size.
Any other comments?
A comment, yes.
Questions I was on, yes, but now I'll move on to comments if there are no further questions. Yourself, Gerald.
I'm happy to propose this, but with a condition that for Unit 2 and Unit 3 they may only be occupied by one person, because otherwise they fail the space standards.
Can we do that, Juliet?
It's a difficult one, if I may, through you, Chair. We don't want to be visiting the premises very frequently to check It's always a difficult one for these ones. I'm not sure it meets the tests of being precise, enforceable, etc., and necessary. But if you wanted to attach it, you could.
The only other option would be to turn it down on the basis that we're making something which is available for one person only, but we're not putting a condition on. So I think those are the two options available to us, either a straight refusal or the addition of a condition for units 2 and 3 that it's for one person only.
Can we just clarify the law here, because the standard is for a one-bedroom flat.
There's a one-bedroom flat standard for one person, there's a one-bedroom flat standard for 2 people, and they are different. If we look at unit 1, that's big enough for 2 people, and that's fine. But for units 2 and 3, they're not big enough for 2 people, and it's our duty to enforce the space standard.
I'm just looking at the space standards in relation to double bedrooms, and it has to be at least 2.75 metres wide. So, over to Simon as to whether it meets that.
I think the suggestion from Councillor Vernon-Jackson for a condition is something that we can live with.
Not least because on the drawings it says 1 bedroom, 1 person, and 1 bedroom, 1 person for the relevant units. I'm happy to second Gerald's proposal.
Good. Okay. Are there any other proposals? In which case, if we can raise our hands to support the officer's recommendation, plus a recommendation that this is, as the plan says, a 1-bedroom, 1-person unit in the first and second floors.
The word I'd put is not a recommendation, it's a condition.
Condition, that's what I said. The recommendation with the
additional commitment
is what I said.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And just to remind us of the SMAT things as well, the extra drainage condition as well, for the forecourt, if you remember. Yes,
this is in order to safeguard a permeable forecourt, which I'm a great advocate of in that part of Southsea. So the SMAT, including the SMAT condition. Good. Are we clear what we're voting on? In which case, could you raise your hands in support of that? Anybody against? Anybody abstaining? 1 abstention. 2 abstentions. Thank you. Thank you all very much then. Thank you for helping me through this interesting and varied agenda in a reasonable time. Thank you all very much.
Just to confirm, planning permission was granted on 24 Beach Road, just to conclude.
It certainly was. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.